How do you approach IR motions when you don't really know the topic? The first thing to say is just that ideally you should consume lots of information so that this problem doesn't come up specifically. I have included a number of recommended sources to stay up to date with in the notes which will get released on Friday. If your college offers free access to The Economist magazine or Foreign Affairs, these are really great sources as well. What topics should you stay up to date on? First, ongoing conflicts or tensions. In order of debate relevance, this looks like Ukraine, potential hot conflict over Taiwan, Israel, Iran, Lebanon, US stuff, the civil war in Sudan, North-South Korea tensions, Sahel insurgencies, South China Sea tensions, Arctic tensions, India-Pakistan tensions, potentially the Rwanda-DRC border conflict, and maybe China-India border tensions. And also probably you should stay up to date on Syria and the leftover remnants of the conflict that ended there, but is still somewhat like embers of a conflict going on. I'm probably missing some, but these are all of the ones that immediately came to mind. Second, you should pay attention to global power players. So this looks like China, the US, the EU, Russia, and India. But you should also pay attention to their relationships. Also in order of debate relevance here, you have US-China relations, Russia-EU relations, US-Europe relations, US and various Middle Eastern countries relations, China and various Latin American countries relations, Russia and various African countries relations, China and Europe relations, EU, Latin America relations, US, Latin America relations, China-Africa relations, China-Asia relations, US-Asia relations, Russia-Middle East relations, and China-Middle East. Third, you should pay attention to regional power players. So this looks like Iran, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Mexico, France, Germany, Nigeria, Argentina, Canada. Obviously elevate Canada for worlds, and Australia, and probably some others. Australia is probably not that important, though. Also pay attention to very important institutions and alliances. Also roughly in order of debate relevance, you have the European Union, the IMF, NATO, BRICS, the New Development Bank adjacent to BRICS, the ICJ, the ICC. After that, it falls off a lot, but it's also useful to know about the African Union, ASEAN, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the European Central Bank, the African Development Bank, and Mercosur. You also want to pay attention to particularly influential heads of state, most obviously Trump, Putin, Xi, and Modi, but also Macron from France, Netanyahu from Israel, Erdogan for Turkey, obviously Mark Carney in regards to worlds, Scheinbaum from Mexico, Keir Starmer from the UK, Merz from Germany, Mohammed bin Salman from Saudi Arabia. If the new supreme leader of Iran ever shows up, probably pay attention to Ali Khamenei, Lula da Silva from Brazil, and Milei from Argentina. Probably others as well, but those are the ones that come to mind as important. The second thing that you should do is just familiarize yourself with or print off maps. Genuinely, quizzing yourself on geography that you don't know well is really, really useful for getting a grip on where countries are in relation to one another. There are many ways to do this online. You should spend a month going through the continents, probably more than a month. Let's see, you probably want a week for the Americas, a week for Africa, a week for Europe, and a week for Asia. So yeah, I guess roughly a month. And then you'll want to probably reiterate that. Just one quiz a day, try and make it so that you have down where each individual country is in those quizzes. The third tip is just not to panic. If you spend all of your time freaking out about the debate, it's really not going to help anything. It'll mean you give worse delivery, it'll mean you come up with worse arguments, and you'll also probably stress out your partner, which isn't fun. Fourth, try to think of general knowledge that you know that is relevant. Use analogies. What might this motion be like? What sorts of actors are probably involved in the situation? What sorts of theory can you use based on those actors, even without a factual understanding of them? So, for example, frequently in debates about North Korea, debaters will focus their analysis solely on Kim Jong-un. he will do X thing. But if you had a debate about the US, for example, and admittedly right now this is kind of a bad idea for this example because a lot of debates about the US do center on Trump and Trump's decisions, so let's say this is happening in 2022, not right now. But if teams solely focus their analysis, say, on Biden and Biden's decisions, he'll do this, he'll do that, would this seem as like a plausible way of proving their points? Probably not, because there are lots of other factors at play that decide what a state does. Think about what these factors look like at a generalized scale. We've talked about this already. This looks like selectorate theory. There are probably elites inside of North Korea with considerable sway over what Kim Jong-un does, maybe less derivable from the United States analogously. I guess maybe not that less derivable, but you get the point. It is quite likely that the military has some large amount of power because Kim Jong-un needs military support to maintain a monopoly on power. Selectorate theory is generally quite useful here. Regimes often have generalizable selectorates, so for example, authoritarians have the ones we've talked about, democracies have voters, interest groups, and so on, and mixed regimes often combine those. Fifth, you can try to reverse engineer context. Let's go through an example motion. The motion is, this House believes that the Mexican government should adopt measures to allow one cartel to monopolize the drug market. These measures can include, but are not limited to, targeting enemy cartels, selective arrests, stopping military deployments to areas controlled by this cartel, and renouncing the headhunt on its current leaders. Well, you know, for one, that there are multiple cartels, given the motion in the info slide, so you can presume this crisis is quite acute, or such drastic policy would make no sense, which means that the Mexican government probably has attempted many different ways of dealing with or combating cartels. You also know that cartels control particular areas. You can probably assume that currently the state is engaged in combat over those areas if it has troops deployed there, for example. Presuming that you know what a cartel is, like definitionally, then you can probably assume that the cartels encroach on each other's territories, sometimes or regularly, and you can probably assume that they are quite violent when they do so, or just quite violent in general. You now have like 4 different ends for arguments on each side. So, for example, you can construct arguments to the effect that this minimizes civilian casualties that otherwise would be generated in fighting the cartel. You can construct arguments that a lack of state checks incentivizes worse levels of violence because you don't even face the chance of being punished for them. You can construct arguments that this leads to civilian suffering as other cartels perceive unfair treatment at the hands of the state. Like, there are lots of different ends here that you can generate just off of reading the info slide closely. 6, piece of advice, fake confidence. So do things like, instead of saying Russia will do X, say the Kremlin will do X. This sort of thing bolsters your credibility. 7th, in round, do not get caught up in jargon. If they are saying things that you just don't understand, then probably the ordinary intelligent voter shouldn't understand it either, so feel free to call it out. 2 pieces of strategic advice with regards to material you run in rounds where you know very little. The first is just, and we'll use the example previously to illustrate this. So maybe under the motion previously mentioned, opening government says Mexico is quite likely to pick the Sinaloa cartel, and that's bad because the Sinaloa cartel is extremely violent. And so the ensuing violence against other cartels and civilians will be awful and horrific. I think this characterization is challengeable on 2 fronts that don't really require knowing any spec knowledge. First, it's probably highly plausible that the Mexican government has the foresight, given that they are a government and are rather intelligent, to not pick the most gratuitously violent cartel if it is likely that doing so will lead to extreme amounts of violence. So without a characterization as to why you literally have to pick this cartel, you can fight the debate on that front and give rather obvious competing incentives that the state may have to not pick a particularly violent cartel. And these are super, from first principles, general reasons that you can come up with for this sort of thing. Second, I think you can fight the characterization on the cartel's violence. There are plausible reasons that a cartel might be incentivized to not be particularly violent. For one, it's not a given that the state will keep allowing monopolization, and horrible acts of violence will probably force the state's hands via the public will turning against the cartel. Second, though, extreme levels of violence are frequently self-defeating as they run forces thin. Let's presume that you have this level of intuition. It's worth challenging characterization claims like this. But in instances where you feel that other teams might have the informational advantage, i.e. that you think that they are maybe just correct and you aren't sure that you can outframe them, it generally makes sense to run non-contingent arguments, that is to effectively throw mud into the clash that the other team prioritized, and then run an argument that prioritizes a different clash entirely. In this debate, you could claim that regardless of how violent the cartel is outside of its main territories, you reduce needless violence inside of it because the state is no longer at odds with cartel grunts, for example. Second piece of strategic advice, if you are opening government and you know nothing about the motion, just make the most basic, clear, first principles argument that you can think of. So, for example, in every single motion about intervention, there is a highly plausible argument, not contingent on any facts about the situation, that says you will destroy a bunch of infrastructure, you will have the political capital to enter, but not the political capital to stay as the body bag effect kicks in. When you leave, there will be a large power vacuum that entities will take advantage of. And if you don't already have the intuition for that, that's what this workshop and the next few are for. But that sort of thing that is just from first principles is a very effective way of making sure that your case is grounded and not like up in the air in a specky way that could damage it in the future. Let's say you do know a lot. If this is the case, make sure that whenever you are giving spec claims, always undergird that knowledge with structural reasons or a quick explanation of why it is ordinary intelligent voter knowledge. So, for example, saying something like, you'd credit me if I were talking about the US or something like this. Okay, let's shift boats. Let's talk about analyzing states. The first thing to say is just that weighing incentives is severely important in international relations, while individuals often hold multiple competing incentives that are harnessable in debates, and so the strategy is generally useful. States nearly always hold various competing incentives, and so to prove that the state is likely to act in a certain way, it is very rarely enough to explain that the state has the incentive to do so. You should actively be thinking about existing counter-incentives, including the incentive to do things that just hold an opportunity cost with the thing that is in question, and you should preempt why the incentive that you are arguing about trumps those in as much as you can do so. Very obviously, if there are competing incentives that have been construed in the debate, those need interaction to be at the very least. And to be clear, even if you explain that a particular incentive is super important, you still have to explain why your side of the motion is the best way to achieve that incentive. So this is specifically in actor motions. For example, if I say that Saudi Arabia cares a lot about increasing its regional sphere of influence, and I do a really good job making this the most pressing concern in the round, very obviously I just still would lose if someone got up and ran the flip of the argument as to how my side increases Saudi Arabia's influence more compellingly than I did. The second thing to say is just that states are effectively never irrational. Lots of novice debaters, and lots of not novice debaters, so for example, Yusafa does this all the time, will just say, Kim Jong-un is irrational, or Putin is irrational, and the result of them being irrational is that we could never possibly predict what they are going to do, and so we ought, do things like hedge against the worst case possible scenario. This is generally bad faith. If something from the outside looks irrational, there is generally a perfectly reasonable causal explanation for it. This reason can be competing incentives driving the state in contradictory directions. It can be access to bad information. It could be the fact that different actors exert different levels of influence on the state, and say the individual leader's interests at the top don't line up with what we'd expect to rationally happen, or just that there are different individuals pushing the state in different directions that are both decision makers. I think we also frequently underestimate a state's capacity to act in its own self-interest, to make stupid and ruinous decisions. One of the reasons that we do this is probably availability heuristics, which is to say that we see all of the instances in which ruinous choices are made, because when things don't go smoothly, it blows up, it becomes a big international issue. But when things do go smoothly, it generally flows under the radar of international outlets. But states are generally just very capable. They are comprised of many security checks. They have generally sensible and adequate leaders who are smart enough to maintain power, to win an election, and so on. And they have lots of pragmatists that sit just under those leaders who guide the majority of policy in a way that structurally adjusts to not do the worst of harms. Things can go wrong, but they require a specific breakdown, which you as a debater need to analyze. things going wrong is not the standard way of life. Let's then talk about incentives for states. Incentives for states can broadly be boiled down to the following motivators. First, states intuitively do things for economic reasons. Second, states do things for security reasons. So you build up your army to ensure that no one is willing to invade you. You make security agreements when you feel threatened, and so on. Third, states do things to gain power internationally. So you give aid to other countries so as to make them dependent on your specialized materials. You build up your military force, not with the plan of using them, but for the mere purpose of posturing, of forcing other states to make concessions, because you have the larger army and could coerce them if you wanted to. States do things because they are coerced to, and coercion can exist in a number of ways. Many of them are not pernicious at all. So, for example, you are coerced by the fact that X country is your ally to act in a way which does not economically ruin them because you want good standing with your allies. At the same time, coercion can definitely take a more sinister form. So, for example, you might take an action because of the threat of coercion via economic dependence on another nation. Fifth, states just do things for ideological reasons. It is worth noting that it is very rarely enough to say that you are ideologically committed to X, and so you do X thing. Most debates just won't allow that as a level of justification, probably because most debaters are fairly realists at heart. Why does ideology play such an important role in the choices that states make? First, remember that choices are made by individual decision makers, often advised by a set of their self-selected, in many instances, ideological peers. These individual leaders do hold beliefs, so for example, that democracy will bring peace, and these beliefs drive their decisions. For example, whether trade creates peace or dependence, or this sort of thing. Second, states effectively tie their hands to ideological decisions. You spin stories to the public to justify your choices. For example, your son's death was heroic. It was in the pursuit of freedom and democracy abroad, of liberating oppressed peoples. Remember selectorate theory. Voters pressure for narrative continuity over time. And third, many regimes select top officials on ideological loyalty, reinforcing the first mechanism. Sixth, states do things for historical reasons. So, for example, if a state's trust in Western conditionality is broken, it would probably be reluctant in the future to accept IMF aid, even if the conditional strings attached are not very extreme. And seventh, states do things for reasons to do with internal influence, so the prospective votes or actions in less democratic states of citizens, of power brokers, and so on. The wants of those in power to stay in power, for example, regime survival or re-election, often drive many very horrific and many good actions. What are the most relevant sub-actors in any given state? Obviously, you have your heads of state, but you also have governing parties, militaries and military leaders, specific interest groups that are invested in a particular conflict or region or state, for example. But also things like intelligence services, bureaucracies, business elites, ethnic constituencies that are particularly nationally important, and very obviously voters. It's worth quickly mentioning that states are more willing to make risky decisions in two conditions. The first is when they are isolated from the effects of those decisions. So, for example, the fact that the US has such a stable financial system, which is largely insulated from the risks of the global financial system, makes it far more willing to do things which cause financial instability abroad. Or, for example, the fact that the US is effectively uninvadable, that it is not geographically proximate to the chaos that its foreign interventions strew, drives it to pursue large levels of engagement abroad as well. Second, though, they are often more willing to do risky things when they feel that they have very little to lose, something which will come up again in a second when we talk about the balance of power. Importantly, states are actors that are somewhat unique in that they are huge systems which, in theory, should filter relevant information to the top so that individual decision makers can make decisions which are informed and in the state's best interest. But the reality is that these systems are clouded with large amounts of uncertainty. Uncertainty on the ground from the incapacity to access proper data, uncertainty in predictions, uncertainty in that as information filters to the top, it changes, it gets filled with noise. This is important because if you can explain that A, an information or coordination failure has occurred, then in debates which aren't actor debates, where you are rather using a state to explain why a certain outcome happens, you can explain that the state in this situation likely wouldn't take the strictly rational action, Or B, if you can explain that there are high levels of uncertainty regarding the particular thing in question, then you can harness things like leaders' risk aversion to explain that even if it seems likely to be beneficial, the state might not do it. So, for example, maybe the CCP defaulting on the one-day invasion narrative surrounding Taiwan might actually do very little to upset Chinese people. But you cannot know that until after you've failed the narrative, at which point, even if it's far less unlikely, it could have legitimately ruinous effects. And so even though the CCP probably knows quite rationally that little will come of a failure like that, the CCP still avoids it like hell on the mere chance that it is catastrophic. Or, for example, maybe you have bad information that a rival state is building up a strategic weapon capable of dealing considerable damage to you. And you know that there is a good chance that this information is bad, but you still might act on it if push comes to shove, on the mere chance that if you were wrong and you chose not to do so, it would be truly ruinous. Or, for example, you might potentially consider agreeing to a treaty, but you know that the actor on the other side of the treaty will have strong incentives in the future to break the treaty, and binding yourself now would be detrimental in that outcome. Even if it's unlikely to occur, the uncertainty there means that the treaty might just fall through. Finally, let's quickly talk about state power. Power is multidimensional. It comes from a number of things. First, it comes from military power. So, for example, how large is the military? How well trained is the military? How logistically adept is the military? How ready for war are they? How good is their intelligence? How large is their force projection? How capable is the industrial base of the nation to replenish at rates that are required by modern war? How favorable is the geography that they will be battling through? How likely to step in and support are their allies? Do they have nuclear capacity? Does the state's people have a tolerance for casualties? How cohesive is command? And so on. Second, economic power. So, for example, how large is their economy? How easy is it for the state to access capital? Do they have control over local payment systems? Do they have strong industrial capacity? Are they energy independent? How about critical minerals? Do they have shipping access? How high-tech are they? Do they engage in large amounts of aid and lending and have therefore induced dependencies? Third, you have institutional power, that is, international institutions, and these are institution specific, but things like control of funding or the portion of an institution's votes or whether or not they appoint the institutional leaders. Fourth, you have diplomatic power. So, for example, how strong are their alliance networks? Do they have credibility as a mediator? Do they engage in intelligence sharing, which is often most important with respect to military power? Fifth, you have informational and cultural power. So, for example, is their media globally consumed? What is the size of their diaspora network? How important are their internet companies? How high quality are their scientists? Sixth, you have geographic power. So this looks like things like, do they have good natural or built-out deep-water ports to facilitate large levels of shipping? Do they have natural barriers which bar invasions? Are they a natural stopping point along busy sea lanes? Do they have a wealth of particularly important natural resources? These are all factors which are worth filing about individual nations as you matter file. We're going to move to more, maybe not more substantive material, but a little bit more substantive material. So the liberal international order is the dominant international political system which emerged from the Cold War. It's roughly defined as a loose set of rules-based institutions, systems, and shared values, which rests on three pillars: multilateral institutions, open markets, and collective security. The liberal international order as a value system falls pretty squarely into the camp of liberalism. Liberalism is most explanatory in comparison with realism. Realism says that the international arena is one of anarchy, that the difference between politics internationally and politics domestically, say, is that domestic politics are subject to a strict hierarchy in a way that international politics just aren't. So if I disobey a law, for example, I'll end up in court facing charges. If someone is attempting to break into my house in the middle of the night, I can call the police, and the police will come and arrest that person, hopefully. But internationally, if I'm Ukraine, and Russia is breaking into my sovereign territory in the middle of the night, there's no one that I can call. I could call the UN, and they'll probably issue a very serious condemnation of the act, but there is no authority which I can turn to, which would prevent any strife at the hands of Russia. That is to say that each rule of the game is constructed, and not only is it constructed, it's all a matter of power politics. because international power is a zero-sum game, and so the only reason that I would choose to take one action in a state of anarchy is if I perceive that action to benefit me in terms of international power compared to other individuals, compared to other options. Realism implies that race dynamics are really hard to avoid. So if you lived in a country where you knew that if you called the police that no one would answer, what would you do? You'd probably rush to arm yourself, or to analogize to states, you would develop a military force. But here's a problem. The fact that I've created a military force, given the state of anarchy, makes those around me more concerned. What do I plan to do with the big stick that I've invented? Do I plan to wave it over their heads, to coerce them with it, or to straight up use it against them? Even if I plan to, and I announce that I plan to, use these forces in a purely defensive way, there is no one that is checking that promise, no one that is capable of holding me to it, and so my neighbors are still worried. They, as a result, invest in similar defensive measures, just in case. And so my own investments in security have, as a result of their resultant investments in security, made me either the same or less secure overall. This is a security dilemma. In response to the security dilemma, countries race to build up their arsenals, creating an arms race. But this, in theory, has a predetermined disastrous end, because insofar as you build and you build and you build, and you build stronger and stronger weapons, at some point you will slow down, and other nations will eventually start to outpace you. And this is generally fairly predictable, as there are very visible markers of this sort of thing. And the result of that is that at some point in time, there is a point at which the balance of power currently favors you, but the balance of power is shifting, and you know that given 20 to 50 years or something, the balance of power will no longer favor you. And this creates very, very bad incentives. So for example, in 1914, the assessment in Germany was that within 3 to 4 years, Russia would create a tailored system that would allow them to transport troops to the border quite quickly, and at that point, Germany would no longer be able to sustain a war with Russia and France at the same time. And so the resultant assessment was, we should go to war now, that in seeking to defend ourselves, we ought invade another country, just in order to ensure that we do not lose out on the opportunistic balance of power which currently exists. Liberalism compared to realism posits that states are not solely driven by power, that shared norms and international institutions can shape nations' behavior. How did the liberal international order attempt to shift countries' incentives in a way that favored peace and enabled cooperation? The first way was through iterated games. That is, why might it be the case that countries honor non-binding treaties and institutions, even when breaking those treaties or departing from those institutions would likely prove favorable to them? One explanation comes from game theory's concept of iterated games. That is, if your reputation matters, so for example, whether or not other countries are willing to ally with you, or on a more isolated level, whether or not countries will honor treaties and institutions when interacting with you, then your breaking those treaties has more of a cost than it does on face. It means that you lose legitimacy in what is an iterated game with other nations. Related, another plausible explanation is that of payoffs for various outcomes. So let's say you stand to gain by breaking the Geneva Protocol and using horrifically effective and painful weapons in combat, like mustard gas. Isolated, you may choose to do this, but let's say your effect has an effect on others. So for example, countries that you have conflict with are more willing to not use mustard gas if you credibly honor the protocol. And the payoff for no one in conflicts that you engage in, using these horrific weapons, is much larger than the payoff that you get for using them and others using them as well. So your incentives as a result might shift towards adhering to the protocol. The second thing that the liberal international order was rested on was democratic peace theory. That is, as countries become more democratic, they will war less with one another. Why might this be the case? There are two reasons as to why this is likely to be the case. The first is just that war is quite unpopular. It kills people you know, and rarely it gives you any personal returns. So when elected decision-making officials rely on popular support, they aim away from doing things that are as unpopular as war. Second, though, democracies just have a very hard time in launching surprise attacks, everything has to go through legislative bodies and see public deliberation, which means there's time for mediation, there's time for diplomacy. On the part of the conflicting country, mediation by international institutions, public pressure to not start a war, and so on. There are notable exceptions to this one, for example, the operation in Venezuela. The third thing that the LIO, or the Liberal International Order, rested on was commercial peace theory. That is, as countries trade more, they will war less with one another. Why is this the case? The first reason is just that war now has higher costs to you. You are killing consumers, you are bombing roads which your goods would travel on in the future. Second, though, since trade takes advantage of states' comparative advantages, often having high levels of trade induces dependencies between nations. As you over-focus on one particular industry, they over-focus on a different industry. You trade large amounts of the good for a net surplus, and this ramps up the cost of the war unpalatably. Third, trade and liberalization just create powerful lobbying groups that really, really dislike war because they like having access to open international markets, i.e. multinational corporations. And fourth, there are just far more efficient ways to gain riches now. So, for example, multinationals building sweatshops. And so if the focus of the war would have been resource acquisition, you just have a far more cost-effective way to achieve similar ends. Please go listen to the workshop on international economics, by the way. It covers the China shock, which is really fundamental to a lot of the stuff we'll talk about in future workshops, especially great power competition. That's all for this workshop. I'll catch you in the next one. War workshop time. Okay, the first thing I want to do is just a couple of disclaimers. The first disclaimer is just to give a lot of credit here to Ryan Lafferty. Much of this material was covered by Ryan Lafferty in one of his various workshops on war and conflict, or just the two matter files that had considerable substantive material on war and conflict. So a lot of this material is derivative of that, per se. The first thing that is worth pointing out is just that declarations of war have gone down quite a bit. And there's a number of plausible explanations for this. So one of them is just the most obvious, that is that the UN Charter made aggressive war illegal, and if you're a nation, you do not want to actively legitimize claims that you're engaging in illegal conduct. And if aggressive war is illegal, while defensive war is not illegal, it still is somewhat a question of whether or not it is legitimately legal to, say, respond to non-warfare acts by another nation by declaring defensive warfare operations as, a response tactic. So the mere fact that the UN Charter made aggressive war illegal pushes states to do things in a way that does not just declare aggressive war on other entities. Second, though, wars are just operationally different now. That is, oftentimes conflicts are fought with a limited set of very strategic objectives, and these sorts of things require, one, an element of surprise. So you do not want to declare war on a state preemptively before you do something like go in and do a surgical strike to extract their leader or something like this. These things, which are just like pure strategic objectives, very short order operations in many instances, require that surprise, which means that declaring war doesn't make sense as a precursor. But secondarily, it just doesn't make sense to formally declare war in the first place. Like, these are surgical missions a lot of the time. They take the span of a few days. They're not things that you really are planning to engage in considerably longer spanning warfare activities over. And so it doesn't really make a ton of sense to declare war if this is the sort of thing that you're planning to do to engage in conflict. And the third thing to say is just that at this point, one of the reasons that nations declared war on each other, one of the reasons that it was difficult to avoid declaring war on other nations was because whenever you went to conflict with someone else, you would have to march legions of soldiers over their borders, but advancements in military tech means that this isn't a necessity anymore. Like, you don't have to do this at all. You can just do precision strikes from a very far away distance in a way that doesn't really require the very clear and active signs of warfare, i.e. a large standing army on the ground. The third reason as to why declarations of war have plausibly decreased is because legal consequences are attached to them, and so it makes sense if you're a leader and you can get around it to avoid those legal consequences. So, for example, many nations require legislative oversight of actions that you do
under the guise of war. But if you can do this as just an operation, something that sits in the hands of the executive in many states, you can get around those legislative oversights. You don't have to deal with, say, Congress deciding whether or not it is legitimate for you to be involved in the Middle East and so on. Secondarily, though, if you involve yourself in war, oftentimes there are binding alliance commitments that you hold that would, say, compel other nations to also involve themselves in the war, or, that sort of thing. And obviously, you kind of want to avoid that if you can, especially if, you don't want to have this be a long and drawn-out thing. You just want it to be a short engagement, a short strategic goal that you're trying to achieve, and so on. And the fourth reason is just that there was a growth in the importance of escalation management. And ambiguity allows states to not be backed into a corner, i.e., if I am someone who is attacking you, but I'm doing it under the guise of not being at war with you, you have a choice of responses instead of feeling as though either publicly or in terms of international legal norms pressured into declaring defensive war against me. And so this reduces the necessity of escalation on the other side, often making it strategic to do things in a gray zone way. Why does that matter? The first reason that matters is because it means that gray zone warfare has risen pretty substantially. So cyber attacks, for example, or Russia's little green men. And it is worth pointing out that gray zone conflicts, I think oftentimes when we were debating them, we forget the fact that people do die from these. You lose access to the financial system. If it's a kinetic gray zone operation, you could be caught up in the crossfire, and there's very little accountability that occurs as a result of these sorts of things because it is somewhat difficult to attribute them to an individual entity. There's plausible deniability and so on. So these things are real in their impact. Make sure that you remember that. But gray zone warfare has risen pretty precipitously as a result of the fact that states and heads of states do not want to declare outright war on other nations. Second, though, and not exclusively as a result of that, there are many other reasons as to why gray zone warfare has risen over the years. For example, the democratizing of cyber attacks, making it far easier to do this sort of thing, and also the digitalizing of infrastructure to the extent that they are far more damaging and that sort of stuff. Secondarily, though, conflicts just become far easier to start. They sit more in the hands of executives. States face less international repercussions for beginning them. Oftentimes you can engage in a conflict from a state that is many miles, thousands of miles away from the actual conflict zone. And so even the instability that you create, given the fact that technology has matured so much, is something which is completely not proximate to you, not a huge concern for you for engaging in these activities. The third thing to say is just that conflicts become easier to prolong. Operations often lack a terminal condition, especially when executives rush into them without having thought about the actual plan being pushed into it by allies per se, or just making a move so quickly because, say, you need to hold on to your legitimacy inside of the executive, and so you try to get people to rally around the body bag, not the body bag effect, the opposite of that, the rally around the flag effect, and that sort of thing. But also people are just less aware of these conflicts occurring, so there's less of a body bag effect, i.e. if your soldiers are not dying in the conflict to a very high degree, most of the, say, casualties happen on the other side, or for people on the ground who are civilians, or just there aren't that many casualties on your side because of the fact that these are so technologically dense. Precision-guided munitions are the primary mechanism through which you attack your enemies and so on. There's just far many fewer people dying in these wars on your side to make it so that people are willing to push against the executive, say, or governments making the choice of participating in this war. And so you decrease the propensity for people to push states out of war, which is definitely plausibly both good and bad. There are arguments for why that is good, arguments for why it is bad for sure. Just one of the effects of this specific trend within conflict. The next thing to mention is just that up until very recently, war was on the decline. Why was this? Well, the first reason is just because the sort of things that you would get from war, say for example, food, oil, machinery, minerals, it is far easier to get those things through other means, i.e. you can set up a company, you can buy them in the majority of instances. If not, you can set up a multinational to exploit production of them. And so it just doesn't become necessary to say war with another nation for access to plunder and loot that you can just gain from participating in the international financial system or so on. On the flip side, large sums of wealth are now tied up in very mobile multinational corporations, which means that you cannot just aggressively get those things by violating another country's sovereignty. Those multinational corporations will disappear. You will not be able to claim the sorts of fruits of their labor. Vast sums of capital are tied up in these things, and so the sort of gains that you have on the economic side of things to go to war just decrease precipitously. Second, though, you can achieve the same ends. That is, like, if your goal is to financially ruin or do a lot of damage to a specific state's citizens, you can achieve those ends without war. That is, you can do things like put sanctions in place that disconnect their access to the global financial system, that disconnect their access to necessity goods that you and other suppliers hold a monopoly on, and that sort of thing, which are very, very ruinous for many countries, especially over the long run, which is something that we'll talk about when we talk about sanctions. The point here is that you can achieve many of these sorts of ends that you would get from war, i.e. economic ruin of another country, just through like mere financial instruments, instead of losing lots and lots of lives, losing lots and lots of very expensive equipment, and so on. The third reason is just that borders gradually settle over time, so having borders drawn on maps, even if those lines are rather arbitrary, eventually become more permanent, they become more culturally defining, and so on. And so as time passes post those borders being erected in the first place on maps, you just decrease the propensity for conflict to break out over those borders. But second, there are also just dispute mechanisms that exist that rose in power. So, for example, if you have a border dispute with your neighbor, prior to the ICJ implementing a border dispute mechanism, the most easy way to resolve the dispute, especially if you saw yourself as having the upper hand economically and militarily, was just to go to war over it, to push their border back a ways through, like, literally physical force of doing so. But at the point that you make access to multilateral institutions' capacity to do things like legislate border disputes in a fair way that is beneficial for multiple parties, then you decrease the incentive to do this through war, because war, as mentioned, is very costly. It costs you manpower, it costs you things like, obviously, the machinery and such that are involved. The fourth reason is just that deterrence has grown stronger, so nukes have become more and more capable, and as a result, there are very strong disincentives to engage in sort of military conflict with nuclear-armed powers, especially if there is an asymmetry there. But secondarily, military alliances have grown in number. They have broadened in the number of people involved in the most important and largest and nuclear-backed ones. And this is a really important secondary effect, because it means that you decrease the incentive to launch preemptive attacks on other states out of fear. So if you are, for example, inside of a military alliance, say you are a member nation of NATO, for example, well, all of a sudden, if the nation that is next to you starts building up their military capacity, you don't really have to worry about it all that much, because you happen to sit under the nuclear umbrella of the United States. You happen to sit under the combined defense spending of the entirety of NATO. And these things make it so that it is no longer a huge concern to you whether or not your neighbor is building up their military capacity, and that decreases the sorts of wars that you get over preemptive incentives, i.e. fear that your neighbor is going to outpace your military capacity and striking them before the balance of power changes. The fifth reason is just American preeminence post-Cold War meant that there was a unipolar system, i.e. the singular hegemon of the United States was predominant around the globe, had the military capacity, had the space capacity to engage in advanced reconnaissance of basically everywhere all at once, make sure that there was some level of stability in the conflicts that the United States, say, grew to have a stake in because they wanted to rival potential challengers, for example, Russia, or that sort of thing. And that meant that there was strong disincentives to engage in conflict in the first place, because there is, especially when the international hegemon is one that is somewhat liberal in their orientation, i.e. they do things like go on somewhat ideological offenses based on fears of democracy crumbling or you falling into the power of communism and stuff like that. At the point that there are such pressures against individual states committing to conflict because the US is a sort of national cop, it does just increase the sort of stability, at least the surface level stability, i.e. the willingness of individual nations to go to bat with one another. The sixth reason is just the democratization reason that we gave in the last workshop, which is to say that it is true that there was a liberalizing swing of a large number of states around the globe, and it is also true that when you democratize, you do things that increase your or decrease your incentives to go to war. So, for example, you increase the power of various lobbying groups, you increase the power of voters who suffer severely from the body bag effect once you go to war, and stuff like that. You are basically incapable, unless you're the United States for some reason, of engaging in surprise attacks on foreign turf and that sort of thing. The seventh reason is just that a lack of good intelligence breeds warfare, but it just so happens that the recent years have been a history of nations gaining better and better information. So, for example, many nations now have good information on the near exact military capacity of enemy nations. Think things like infrared satellite imagery and so on. But secondarily, diplomacy networks have matured over time, so there are now other means. So, for example, if you're afraid that your enemy is building up arms to, say, strike you in a strategic way, previously, if there weren't mature diplomacy networks between you and your enemy, or secondary networks between a different entity, say maybe the sort of peace summits that you get in various nations, the sort of capacity to resolve these sorts of tensions, well, your immediate incentive was to, again, preemptively launch a sort of military strike on the area that you are afraid of building up capacity. But at the point that these diplomacy networks have matured, you just have other mechanisms of resolving those scares and so on. The eighth reason is just that the historical memory of two very extensively bloody wars, both World War I and World War II, lulled the United States, an involved member in both of those, to be very war-averse. The citizens of the US who had seen both of those wars did not want to engage in military conflict to the same degree that they were willing to prior. For example, this is one of the, not probably the primary, but definitely one of the reasons that people were so willing to push for example, the United States leaving Vietnam when we engaged in that war there. The ninth reason is just that decolonization meant less wars of imperialism. And 10th, some would-be interstate conflicts, so to the extent that these did continue to exist, or the incentives for them continued to exist via sort of proxy powers, for example, Russia and the United States wanting to engage each other in military battle over two individual armed forces, some of these turned into interstate proxy conflicts. So, for example, it looks like Russia backing one side of Syria's regime, the United States tacitly backing the other side, and that sort of thing, instead of engaging in interstate conflicts between two individual nations. But that said, it looks like war is maybe back. I think there are three compelling reasons for this. There are probably more. These are the ones that came to mind for me. The first is just that historical memory is fading, so the number of people who participated in World War I and World War II are on the decline. The memory of the horrific events that occurred there on the side of US forces and other various forces around the world, that memory is leaving us as the people who were participants or heard firsthand stories slowly age out of the political system and so on. Secondarily, though, plausibly economic interdependence is bringing back real conflict. And the reason for this is because one of the sort of assumptions of the theory that says that economic interdependence drives down conflict is that it increases the cost of, for example, going to war with another nation, so much so that it is far too much for you to stomach. So, for example, and just to be clear, I don't think Cambodia has any intentions of doing this, but if you are Cambodia, for example, and you want to go to war with a state that the US tacitly backs, well, you probably aren't going to do that because either your export economy, i.e. the things that you produce and sell to global markets, are very dependent on final US consumers, or your import economy in some instances are dependent on maybe, for example, China, who backs a different state that you are less willing to go to war with. The problem now is that while this holds true for a number of nations, there are two sorts of nations where this doesn't hold true for. One of them is the group of nations that felt so threatened by the threat of economic interdependence that they avoided it or were forced to avoid it. So we're talking entities like Iran, Russia, North Korea. The second is China. So that is to say that While it is true that the cost economically for China of the United States doing things that would be truly as ruinous as possible to the Chinese economy would be horrific for China, they know that the US cannot do so. And the reason that they know that the US cannot do so is because they can also inflict a similar level of harm on the US that would be completely impossible for the US to stomach. And so, at the point that you create that situation, well, now the threat of economic mutually assured destruction just doesn't work anymore, because it isn't one nation that has the capacity to enforce economically mutually assured destruction. It is two individual nations, and both of them now have maybe not so much incentives to go to bat with one another, but the capacity to do so knowing that the other nation who threatens them economically will not do the things that are economically ruinous for them because they hold the same power over the other nation's head. The third reason, and very similar and related, is just that American preeminence is waning. The world in general is becoming considerably more contested. You have middle powers who are challenging international power structures in the places that, say, particularly great powers have in them. You have emerging powers who are growing quickly at a very rapid speed and gaining the capacity to build things or help and contribute to economic institutions that challenge the sort of neoliberal consensus of the American-led global order. And this is a global effect, so for example, US versus China, but it also has local effects. So the fact that the US is now becoming more and more thin in how much it is spread, i.e. through a large number of hotspots that it has to focus its military attention on, means that you decrease the capacity of the United States to create stable regional balances, to enforce that one country is a local hegemon, such that other nations are unwilling to, say, attack them. And at that point, you decrease the stability of those regions because the balance of power is shifting. Other countries gain incentives to do things like militarily challenge previous hegemons and so on. That's all on the sort of over-the-top stuff, that is the global trends with regards to warfare. We're now going to talk a lot more about the actual levels of war, the strategy and stuff involved at every level. So there are 3 levels to warfare. The first is the strategic level of war. This looks like your national security objectives. It is the things that define the campaigns that you take on. It is the things that define when wars start and end. Second, you have your operational level. These are campaigns. So it looks like a string of individual engagements that are meant to position you well to achieve a certain purpose or something like this. And the third is the tactical level. So this is individual battles within those campaigns. Let's then first talk about the strategic level of warfare. The first thing to note is just that this is largely the decider of when a conflict is over. There are roughly 2 instances when that doesn't happen. The first is when you do not have the material capacity of achieving the reason that you went to war in the first place, i.e. if you, in the midst of a war, realize that you overestimated what material capacity you have, run out on the front lines, and immediately lose the capacity to continue engaging in the war to the extent you previously did. The second is just that sometimes the strategic level changes over time, so many wars end for very unexpected reasons. Many wars, the principal purpose of each individual entity involved in the conflict changes as the war drags on. So, for example, with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war, the original strategic objective that Russia had was to capture large portions of Ukraine's territory, but that goal has shifted over time. It's not totally clear where it exactly is at right now. There are many plausible accounts as to what Russia is strategically aiming to achieve through this. There was a period where Russia was making a pretty clear profit ideologically and economically off of the war, but not so certain anymore. It seems like the tides are maybe shifting a little bit. Who really knows? The last time I did work into this was December 2025, so I'm not that up to date. I read through all of Wikipedia up until May or something like that, but Wikipedia only tells me the things that have happened and not the sort of underlying reasons as to why. And to be clear, this goes both ways. So if you are particularly successful in your original aim, say maybe, for example, you take a small portion of territory at a much faster speed than you expected to, well, presumably your broader strategic aims are going to change in line with that. You will assumedly do things like aim for considerably more territory, considerably more expansion, considerably more success, especially since you can capitalize off of the success that already occurred, i.e., presumably, if you're expecting far more fierce defense than you actually received, your enemy's forces are considerably more scattered and unorganized than you expected going into this, and so you can take advantage of the disorganization that happens as a result of the first period of war. So that's the first note on strategic level of warfare. The second note is just that not all wars are fought for winning strategic objectives. Not all conflicts are engaged in for winning strategic objectives. And to be clear, all of the stuff that I'm talking about here is also applicable to non-state actors. So, for example, insurgent groups. But I'm talking about it here because it is mostly thought of in the terms of military grand strategy and so on. Okay, strategic note number 2. Let's take an example of this. That is, in the Yom Kippur War of 1973 between Egypt, Syria, and Israel, the Six-Day War, the relatively recent Six-Day War, cast an aura of invincibility on Israel. That is, they seized the Golan Heights, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula all at once. And it was just true that Israel's air superiority was not really challengeable. Despite this, and knowing this, Egypt and Syria launched unexpected invasions in 1973, knowing that the invasion would never succeed. Why did they do so? The reason was broadly because their theory of victory, i.e. their strategic point of the war, was not to beat Israel, but simply to break Israel's aura of invincibility and to reduce the level of humility which Syria and Egypt had faced as a result of their catastrophic losses in the Six-Day War. Third note on the strategic level of warfare, pivotal mistakes. Credit to Sarah Payne for this specific concept. I find it very useful in debate. These generally happen at the strategic level. That is, every once in a while, a state makes a choice that the repercussions of which are so horrifically bad that it shapes foreign policy moving forward around them. Let's go through a few examples of this. First example, the invasion of Ukraine. That is, at the point that you moved troops across the border of Ukraine, you have now engaged in armed conflict with the Ukrainians. There's no going back to where the world was prior. Even if Ukraine, for example, turns out to not roll over as you expected, you cannot just say, oops, let me take back my invasion. Your foreign policy is irrevocably changed by the action. Second example, bombing the Gaza Strip disproportionately. At the point that you begin this, you cannot stop. You cannot afford to give your enemies the time to collect themselves, to launch attacks back on you, and so on. Third example, the U.S. using sanctions on allies, that is, at the point that the levers of power, which hitherto had only been pointed at enemies of the U.S., are now something that you are subject to, you want to fight for independence of them. Even if a future U.S. administration promises to never engage in this sort of thing again, the credibility of that promise is broken without an explicit mechanism to tie their hands, and that seems very unlikely to invent. Fourth note on strategic level of warfare, the military triad. So that is the relationship between the government, the military, and the people. The government dictates the aims of the war to the military, and then it justifies the war to the people. The people decide whether the aims are worth warring and supply the military with material. More and more wars are fought with geographical distance, as mentioned. That is, you're not physically proximate to the conflict itself. And so, one, the government has a particularly powerful role in creating the internal media interpretation of the war, curating how people understand it and so on, because you are not there, you are not seeing the devastation, you are seeing second-hand accounts or media accounts of the devastation. And secondarily, justifying the war is more and more important, i.e., why are people that I know going to fight on the front lines of a war fought for someone else or fought somewhere else entirely where it doesn't affect us at all? What determines strategy? First explanatory factor, and to be clear, all of these are useful explanatory factors in understanding the strategies that individual nations take. First explanatory factor, countries might have some semblance of a great grand strategy. This is broadly incoherent, and the reason that it's incoherent is all of the reasons that we will give after this. That said, it is worth looking at what a government says is its grand strategy, because while it is incoherent in the actions that the government will actually choose to take, what it does do is oftentimes define the conflicts that they engage in the first place, if they make sense off of that grand strategy. But again, That explanatory factor is broadly incoherent. So, for example, when the US involved themselves in Iraq, it wasn't clear that there was some greater grand strategy at play. It was mostly just the US administration doing something kind of dumb and kind of impulsive. And, we probably didn't know that our engagement in Iraq would lead to decreasing or increasing the hands of our enemies in the region, i.e. Iran's capacity to engage in political meddling in Iraq, but we probably did know that it wouldn't help us, at least. Or, for example, China and Taiwan. It is pretty nonsensical to increase naval units that are in presence around Taiwan, presuming that China wants to maximize power and economic benefits across the world, yet China does it for reasons that we'll explain probably in the workshop with regards to great power competition. Second explanatory factor, selectorate theory. So selectorate theory says that the decisions that you make as a state are defined by the people who decide who is, say, in power. And so this has at least two implications, probably many, many more implications. But specifically in the guards of the US, it has at least two implications. It has two pretty important implications. The first is just that, and this is more broadly true than just in the US, interest groups often have outsized influence on the decisions with regards to conflict that individual states make. The reason for this is because interest groups, acting as funders of campaigns, i.e. through secondary funding as we talked about in the politics section, or various other lobbying activities, have a direct impact on the chances of you, say, getting elected. Whereas, and interest groups have a concentrated interest in, say, a particular conflict that they want you to involve yourself in, or something like this. Whereas individual people, individual members of the public, presumably do not have that strong of an opinion. Oftentimes they do have a bit of an anti-engagement opinion or anti-engagement bias, to the extent that we have seen lots of people die in war. We know that we don't really want to do that anymore. But oftentimes they do not have particularly strong opinions about individual conflicts, individual hotspots, individual levels of military funding going to specific places. And so interest groups often have a more proximate impact on the choices that policymakers make, given that their funding, their effective vote, is contingent on the policymakers supporting their particular interests. Second, though, the public does have an effect. So to the extent that the public is not super engaged in any individual conflict or geographic hotspot, they do care a lot about the body bag effect. So when, for example, your child comes home from the war dead, you all of a sudden are very upset at the administration, and everyone around you is as well. The body bag effect kicks in quite quickly after you've gone to war, at the point that you hear that US lives are being lost in the war. So oftentimes, as a result of these two competing factors, you get incentives that push you to engage in more conflict in the first place, and then incentives which push you to withdraw your troops prematurely from that conflict, which explains a bit of US foreign policy. These are absolutely not the only two factors at play. Selectorate theory is a useful way of examining what choices a nation is presumably going to make with regards to international conflicts and so on. Third explanatory factor is path dependency. That is, if it is the case that you have taken the steps to set yourself down a particular road, loss aversion kicks in. But if you have made this super public and so on, well, your public presumably also cares about this. They have been told, for example, time and time again that we could retake Taiwan in a day. And so at the point that you credibly commit to doing something over a considerable period of time, it becomes something that kind of influences by necessity the decisions that you make with regards to conflict. Explanatory factor number 4, leaders' incentives. So this is to say that oftentimes we look at a state, and obviously selectorate theory is already breaking down that state into the individuals behind the levers of power, but oftentimes we look at a state and we ask, what are their incentives as a monolith? But states' choices are not made monolithically. Even the most personalized regimes are still ones that have a large net of bureaucracy underneath them, that have a number of people influencing the information that, say, the individual leader has access to and understands that shapes their choices. And so the incentives of the people who sit underneath not only the leader, but also the leader themselves, oftentimes their incentives are very important in deciding when you engage in conflict and when you don't. So as an example of this, Netanyahu, probably not the sole reason, definitely not the sole reason that Netanyahu engaged in bombing of the Gaza Strip, but one of the presumed sort of incentives here is that Netanyahu has a coalition that includes the sort of far-right strings of Israeli parliament. And Netanyahu needs to appease those far-right members to maintain a government majority in the Knesset. And so, as a result, Netanyahu is deeply swayed by the incentives of those actors because they are the ones who is most likely to alienate through his decisions, who most easily will leave his coalition. Leader psychological biases also affect decisions. So, for example, if you can prove that a leader is particularly loss-averse or has information or has past experiences that would push them in a specific, biased direction, well, this sort of thing can also influence the decisions that executives are making with regards to war in ways that appear irrational, at least on face. The fifth explanatory factor is past circumstances. This is for at least two reasons. The first is just that these were the wars that you were trained on. They are the wars that your generals, the people who trained you, gained military expertise during. They were the wars that, for example, your models were largely based on information drawn out of. Obviously, there is a lot of training for wars, for example, in the future, but even the way you engage with those are affected by the decisions that your superiors make, which are based on their past experiences, i.e. in previous wars. The second, though, is just that often these have ingrained themselves into public memory in a way that, for example, might make concession not an option, i.e. it is likened to a past event where the country was betrayed, even if the concession should be trusted this time, or the person you are making a concession, or the state you are making a concession to. Sixth explanatory factor, access to information. Coherent strategy, rather intuitively, is bounded by the information that you have, the information that you deem as credible, and that sort of thing. So these have real impacts on the decisions that are made with regards to conflict. Let's then talk about fog of war. Fog of war permeates every level of conflict, and we'll talk about it in all of the levels. But first, fog of war on the strategic level. The first way that fog of war exists on the strategic level is just that you are very uncertain about the enemy's aims. So even if you have really good information about where enemy troops are, you do not know what it is that your enemy seeks to do with those troops. And so you have to game out a large number of scenarios, hopefully spanning a large number of possibilities, but this takes time. Oftentimes you do not have that time. You have to make decisions based on what you think your enemy is doing, and sometimes those decisions will be misplaced. Second, though, you're just uncertain about the enemy's resolve. So again, even if you know where your enemy's troops are, you do not, and even if you happen to have good information with regards to the things that your enemy is trying to do, you do not know whether or not your enemy has the resolve to engage in considerable amounts of conflict. You do not know whether the resolve is endless, about to run out, or so on. There are some markers of this sort of thing that you can harness, but it is difficult to understand psychologically due to epistemic gaps whether or not your enemy is about to, large portions of enemy forces are on the verge of psychological defeat. The third thing is just that the actual balance of power is quite difficult to assess. One reason for this, actually there's a lot of reasons for this, but you don't know whether or not you have better logistic capacity than your opponent, whether or not you have better command quality, whether or not you have better industrial replacement capacity, whether or not you have access to better, more informed, more accurate intelligence, and all of these things. They're all hidden variables. They're also often hidden in regards to your own forces, so you do not know until push comes to shove, until pressure hits, as to whether or not your logistics are competent, whether or not your command quality will withstand the absolute craziness that is battle, jamming, and so on. The fourth thing is just that you often don't know how third parties will actually respond, i.e. your allies, international actors that, for example, might insert their forces to engage in proxy conflict, or just because they want to keep peace and keep supply lines or something like that stable, but also how your rivals will respond, and so on. The fifth way that fog of war manifests is just that information often becomes twisted to save face, or for political reasons, or just for the sake of simplification, as it moves up the levels of command before reaching leaders who make strategic choices. And so as a result, leaders are often just operating on quite bad, quite biased information that has been twisted in all of the ways that it does as it goes through the process of making up the military command chain. The fifth and very related reason is just groupthink. So, for example, in the 2004 invasion of Iraq, for some reason, the administration legitimately did to some extent. There are some claims that they did not legitimately believe this, but they believed enough to condition an invasion on it that Iraq held weapons of mass destruction, and yet there was very credible evidence that this wasn't the case. The problem was that most of the individuals within the portion of the administration that made this decision had written off that information, and part of this for sure was writing it off because we need a revenge story, we need someone to strike back against at the point that, 9/11 happens, but not all of it was that. There were many other difficulties within the sort of command structure, the groupthink involved at the top level, that led to the invasion of Iraq. A second example of this is just the 2022 invasion of Ukraine. So, for example, when deciding to cross the border, Russia brought very minimal supplies. They brought 19,000 troops. For comparative purposes, when Germany decided to invade Poland, they brought 2 million with them. And it's reasonable to think that Russia legitimately did expect Ukrainians to turn over in quick order. And the reason that Russia probably thought that was because Putin and the people around Putin were being fed information that said that they are incompetent, that they have a large number of people who do legitimately want to be ruled by Russian authorities that will quickly decide to overwhelm, for example, the capital, basically that the war would likely turn Ukraine in on itself. And these errors compound, because at the point that you decide to, for example, invade Ukraine with very minimal supplies, with very minimal troops, and without doing things like, for example, taking out their air defenses, because you think that the invasion is going to be so fast and easy that you would prefer to hold on to strategic things like that so that you can operate them in defense at the point that the invasion has succeeded. Well, all of a sudden, when you realize that you have failed, when you realize that you have miscalculated, you are incapable of getting the fastest things, i.e., Air Force stuff across the border because you have not taken out these key pieces of infrastructure you wanted to hold on to. So why does groupthink permeate military structures? At least 4 reasons. The first is just that plausibly you have a career-based incentive to not challenge orders. That is, you are not the individual, you might with your life, but you won't with your career pay for those orders being bad. The person above you who ordered them will be. But if you do challenge those orders and things go wrong as a result of you challenging them, or just in general, all of a sudden the failure is in large part on your shoulders. So there's a strong disincentive to engage in challenging orders and lots of incentives to follow them. Second, militaries are just ideologically rigorous, so you are trained to not challenge the individuals above you unless it is particularly pressing that you do so. This is a large part of what training, where you go through rigorous boot camps, horrible, cruel, oftentimes very dehumanizing things, just for the sake of making sure that you are in line with others around you. Third, though, if you are a leader, presumably you choose to appoint like-minded people to surround you because you have a natural incentive to do so. You want to make sure that the choices that you make are quickly translated into policy via having a bureaucracy, a set of bureaucratic leaders who are on your side, who agree with you, and so on. But also just because you don't like being challenged. Presumably you're fairly egotistical if you got elected to, say, President of the United States. There are just natural incentives that lead you to do this sort of thing. And so, as a result, oftentimes, the cabinets that leaders set up, the military officials that they have around them, in the instances in which there are not safeguards to make sure that they are ideologically diverse, and even then it is somewhat difficult for the reasons that we already gave, the cabinets and military leaders that they set up are ones that are quite ideologically in line with one another, which leads to massive oversights, they say, not considering a specific sort of military strategy that might have been taught in a different school of thought, for example. Or fourth, it is just the case that military structures, and this is probably the most compelling reason as to why groupthink occurs, are really secretive. So people at the top have access to highly classified information that you cannot let out to those involved. So you are used to, as a result of this, if you are a lower down member in the military, getting instructions without questioning and just following through those instructions. And those who decide instructions are very limited in number for the national security reasons outlined before. And so oftentimes the fact that militaries have a pyramid structure where there are only a few people at the top lends itself to the groupthink effects that we've talked about. Let's then talk about the tactical level of war. I think it makes sense here to start off with fog at the tactical level. How does fog manifest at the tactical level? Reminder, this is individual combative engagements. So the first way that fog manifests is just that sometimes there is a literal fog, rain, dust, or smoke, or other things like this that make it difficult to see where your enemies are, who your friends are, who's wearing things that, are on your side, and so on. Second, though, battlefields are just really irrationalizing. Your training could not have possibly actually prepared you for the deep amount of overstimulation paired with fear for your life that happens on the battlefield. There are bullets whizzing every which direction. There is so much noise. It is difficult to understand what is coming through in radios. It is so confusing, you get frenzied, it is so complicated, training could not possibly prepare you for it. And so as a result of that, unfortunately, fog of war just kicks in at the battlefield level where individuals often fire indiscriminately, afraid for their lives, thinking it is the best thing that they can do to maintain their survival. But also, it is just the case that soldiers often do regrettable things, so your sensory capacity is so horribly, horribly overwhelmed that you have no capacity to really engage and reason. You're often driven by instincts like just, fight or flight sort of things. And oftentimes this results in doing horrific war crimes, not thinking about it. Things that you would not have done if you had the time to actually rationalize through your decisions, but you do not have that time on the battlefield. Things are constantly in your face. It is constantly a fight for your life, quite literally. The third way that fog manifests is just that oftentimes there are unexpected weapons and systems failures. So vehicles might break down. It may turn out that a batch of weapons that were supplied to you, maybe the enemy accidentally got into them and loaded up the boots with bombs, for example, or loaded up the communications machines with small bombs attached to them and that sort of thing. But let's presume that doesn't happen. It is just the case that sometimes there are small manufacturing errors that create breakdown at the point that these things are used. Obviously, probably most of these weapons are tested beforehand, but that doesn't get everything out of the way. Vehicles, again, break down. Things like your radio system might have some unexpected downtime as a result of, some unforeseen scenario coming up. Fourth, soldiers just face huge informational asymmetries, so communications are scrambled. There's lag time between information and relay, which means that there's uncertainty about the enemy's immediate location. Even if you have good and immediate information on your enemy, you're just not sure of their immediate intentions on an individual and a group level, i.e. you do not know whether or not this enemy who's trying to surrender has maybe a gun hidden or something like this. And on a group level, you're just unsure of what they are doing strategically in the war. Enemies engage in electronic warfare, so for example, radio jamming. Bad information often compounds as it is relayed back to commanders who don't know what to do given contradictory reports and have to make decisions off of partial or blatantly incorrect information. And they're also quite pressed for time, oftentimes quite pressed sensorially as well, giving them little capacity to rationalize around those decisions. The result of all of this, one of them we already mentioned, is just that many civilians are unfortunately killed. When you are unable to, say, for example, determine which is an enemy combatant, which is a civilian, you just oftentimes make the risk calculus decision to kill both of them. And this is especially true in urban warfare and counterinsurgency settings, where enemy combatants often purposefully blend into civilian settings, and are also in quite dense, say, areas with enemies, with civilians as well. And the second thing is just that it means that psychological sustainability is a real threat. That is, human resources get very worn out by being on the front line. There are only so many battles you can go with before you need a large amount of time to recuperate. So the capacity to maintain psychological sustainability, i.e. to rotate your troops throughout a conflict, is really important, meaning that even very large, for example, armed forces that do not have the capacity to rotate in quick order can oftentimes get worn down and defeated by much smaller, say, for example, guerrilla forces. More on the tactical level, the first thing to say is just that this is very terrain affected, and so conflict debates are often enriched by a decent understanding of geography, which is somewhat problematic. I don't know how you structurally prove geography. I asked this question in Debate Series posting. I got some decent responses there. You can check them out if you want. But anyway, the way that this occurs, for one, the question of how difficult the terrain is to traverse. So, for example, how muddy it is, how steep it is, how mine-laden it is. All of these determine how fast engagements can move forward, whether or not things like armored vehicles, for example, that can really only be used in areas that are not mine-laden and not particularly, difficult to traverse for a vehicle, whether or not those things, which are quite efficient military things, can be used. Secondarily, though, how much cover and concealment is there? So this determines your capacity to engage in suppression, for example. That is, things like airstrikes on enemy encampments, or like, indiscriminate airstrikes, or constant machine gun fire and that sort of stuff. It really only works if there is not a large amount of cover and concealment. Sometimes it works if there's like isolated cover and you can, say, target where you expect your enemies to be if you have the capacity to do so. And third is just the high ground, where it is, who has access to it, gives a penetrative view into enemy forces. So, for example, one of the reasons that the Golan Heights are so important to Israel, why Israel consistently defends controlling them, is because they have a very large high ground into Lebanon. So, for example, they give you a very, very advantageous position when it comes to striking Hezbollah troops and that sort of thing. And the fourth thing is just that terrain defines how many avenues there are of approach or of retreat. And so that has effects on your capacity to move large portions of, say, units into a particular conflict zone, and also your capacity to leave that conflict zone, or the enemy's capacity to block your retreating, and so on. The second sort of tactical level, there's a lot more to talk about at the tactical level. Unfortunately, this is probably the level of war that I know the least about. The second thing I want to talk about, though, is death ground. So when you are on death's ground, i.e. when you have no chance at escape, you do things like defend your life as though it were completely on the line. You do things that you otherwise would not have done. You take drastic measures. And so, for example, it was culturally somewhat normal within Japanese warriors within World War II that if you got disgraced on the field of battle, if, say, for example, your suicide bombing mission failed, well, you would commit seppuku. And so the result, and this was especially true for higher-ups within the army, where this was much more of a necessity and an ingrained norm. And so the result was that, and this was something that actually affected a lot of the sorts of engagements between US troops and Japanese troops, for example, because US troops consistently underestimated Japanese troops' resolve. That is to say that if you are under threat of death at the point that you fail, you will do things to make sure that you do not fail. You will fight as though your life is on the line. Obviously, your life is normally on the line, but in most instances, psychologically, you at least have the capacity to retreat. If your life is guaranteed to be on the line, there is no capacity to retreat, you'll do quite drastic things. This is primarily a tactical level concept, for example, burning the bridge that you crossed along to make soldiers fight with desperate courage. But it has many applications outside of that. And so the primary takeaway that I want you to have from this specific concept is just that if you believe that this is it for you, that you will die after this battle if you do not succeed, you will fight like you have nothing left to lose to get out of it. Operational level, then. The first thing to mention about the operational level is that the operational level expects losses at the tactical level. That is, even perfectly planned engagements fall apart due to the fog of war effects that we talked about. Operational level fog, then. How does operational level fog occur? The first way is just also intention-based, similar to strategic level. It is quite difficult to tell if enemies are making choices for strategic reasons or due to real limits, for example, a change in their attack tempo. Whether a strategic breakthrough was deliberately permitted or whether it was something that you forced on your enemies. Second, though, information distortion does exist to a similar level that exists in the strategic level, possibly a little bit less so. Third, it is difficult to predict how enemies will adapt to operational choices, and so there's a fog of prediction that exists there. And fourth, oftentimes operational level fog suffers from coalitional uncertainty. So multinational campaigns have communications frictions, they have incompatible equipment, they have unequal training, all of these, and oftentimes jockeying for who actually controls where operations are going. All of these have a irrationalizing effect on operational level choices. Third note on the operational level, as implied, the operational level involves high amounts of deception. So as a result, you need strategic variation in what you're doing. You need to take on different strategies throughout different periods of time so that your enemy cannot just expect and anticipate your next move. What does deception look like? For one, it looks like false concentrations, it looks like dummy equipment, it looks like radio deception, and many other strategically deceiving strategies. But there are many different things that you can engage in to convince your enemy that something that appears to be the case, well, not to convince them that something appears to be the case is not the case, kind of the opposite of that. Something that is not the case appears to be the case. there are probably things you can do to convince him as well that something that appears to be the case is not the case. The fourth note on operational level combat, attrition and maneuver. These are two broad approaches to defeating an enemy armed force. So attrition means reducing their capacity faster than yours is reduced. Think things like trench warfare, where you focus on exhausting enemy troops and materiel. Maneuver means more creating local superiority. So, for example, breaking through formations or doing things that make it so that enemy troops are somewhat frenzied with their tactics, confused, and so on. Attrition is generally advantageous to the forces with the resource advantage. Maneuver, on the flip side, is typically, it is often advantageous to both. Both of these are tactics that either can use, but maneuver is more advantageous if you think that your forces are the ones with the resource disadvantage. Fifth note, as operational reach grows, the chance of you finding yourself operationally overextended also grows. That is, your supply lines lengthen, your enemies have more capacity to engage in conflict along them to disrupt your supplies reaching the final destination. You cannot defend each of them the same, each individual link in the supply chain or supply line as equally. You cannot defend them, your forces get spread thinly across them as your reach of your operations gets further from the supply concentrates. Second, though, damaged equipment accumulates, especially if supply lines are disrupted, for example. Third, non-rotated troops, as mentioned, become very exhausted. And fourth, your flanks expand, so just the areas that your enemies can attack you from without you really having the capacity to notice it as well, the ability for them to flank you. The sixth note is just on tempo and speed. So tempo is the rate at which you do, say, individual engagements. Importantly, having too fast of a speed with regards to your tempo can induce things like troops becoming exhausted, logistics being run thin, and basically decrease your efficacy. So you want to make sure that your tempo is at the optimal point wherein you are able to resupply yourself, to rotate troops consistently, and you do not, say, exhaust large numbers of troops. Seventh, often the operational level operates around decisive points. So, for example, it might look like trying to plan to gain control of a specific mountain pass, or it might look like individual achievements. So, for example, an operation to gain air superiority in a localized region. Let's then talk about command and control and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. This is important at every level of war. I will flag the one that it is most immediately, intensely important for at the end of this. Command and control are just the top-down structures in militaries, which receive information, process the information, and then issue orders based on the information. Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance is the information gathering arm. So where enemy soldiers are, the level of supplies available to you and your enemies, the morale of your soldiers, the morale of your enemies if possible, and so on. There are many different forms of intelligence, but four of them that are the most commonly used with regards to gaining information about yourself and your enemies. The first is human intelligence, which is intelligence that, rather intuitively, is gathered by humans. So it looks like, for example, bribing people inside of their military to tell you information about their plans. The second is image intelligence. So this is just image-based information, often gathered from, say, satellites with high-resolution capacity to monitor the ground. Third, there is signals intelligence. So this is just interfering with others' signals to gain information through those signals, i.e. their radio communications. The fourth is financial intelligence. So that is tracking financial streams to figure out what your enemies or what a particular conflict entity that you want to locate is doing. So, for example, financial intelligence is quite useful as a mechanism of tracking terrorist activity, figuring out who is buying precursors and that sort of stuff. Let's go through an example of an intelligence failure. In 2023, Ukraine launched a counteroffensive on June 4th. The counteroffensive was immediately met with a large swath of Russian mines. Mine-clearing entities got stuck in muddy terrain. Tactical level fog descended quite quickly. Why did this fail? The first reason it failed was just because Russia sent out a large chunk of prisoners, conscripted, in a sort of meat grinder fashion, just a large number of bodies to slow the advance that Ukraine was capable of making. Second, there was just an over-reliance, and this is the informational side of the failure. There was an over-reliance on drone reconnaissance. That is, Drone reconnaissance was the primary way that Ukraine gathered information about their capacity to launch this offensive, and the problem with drone reconnaissance is that it doesn't really tell you which mines are hidden on the ground, because those are things that are concealed by shrubbery, for example, that make it quite difficult to traverse the actual area, but are just not captured in the form of intelligence that Ukraine was using. And the third is that there was a large amount of command and control failure, so once things started going poorly, and before that to an extent as well, frenzy kicked in, and things that were meant to happen at once happened in a staggered order, reducing the efficiency of their actual operations. Why is the tactical level of intelligence so demanding? The first reason, it just is because it needs lots of information. It also needs the capacity to process and relay that information in real time. So it needs information on where enemy targets are. And often these are quickly moving, quickly changing in the directions enemy targets. You need a constant line of stream of thought intelligence with regards to. Second, it needs how close reinforcements are for your enemy. It needs if supplies are dwindling. It needs how other simultaneous engagements are going. And hence it is dependent on accurate updates of battlefield situations through human intelligence and image intelligence. And it needs a large number of other factors to be actively immediately relevant and applicable and useful. And so it is very demanding to have good tactical level intelligence. This is probably where some of the most severe and consistent failures, you expect failures a little bit at this point, but failures happen very frequently with regards to tactical level intelligence. This is quite difficult, especially in, say, urban environments, which are A, chaotic, B, full of things which block signals, for example, dense walls, C, have limited visibility, and also just often have vertical threats where image intelligence cannot help because it cannot penetrate, for example, the various layers of an apartment complex that your enemies might be hiding in. Let's then talk about space, because space has a large number of relevancies to intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and command and control. What are the advantages of satellites for command and control and ISR? The first is just that they are quite difficult to destroy for rather intuitive reasons. They're quite high up. There is a lack of developed anti-satellite stuff. The reason for this being that anti-satellite is just like anti-satellite operations are just too risky. They result in large debris clouds. They result in lots of international distaste. Second, satellites are dual use. So if you have satellite information, even if it looks civilian, your opponents expect you to know everything on the ground. And as a result, they have to do things like move stuff below ground, or do things like decrease heat signatures even underground where they can be detected. And this is very inconvenient and often decreases their capacity to build up military might. Third, you have constant mass surveillance. So comparative to balloons or planes, for example, where it isn't constant, you have to, maybe a balloon is constant, but it can be shot down, and it is just like geographically local, or planes cannot just constantly have an eye on one particular area. You have the capacity to engage in constant mass surveillance through satellite handoffs or geostationary satellites doing this level of surveillance at a constant rate. And fourth, they're just more reliable, so there are far fewer barriers in the ways of transmitting information between satellites and the ground than there are of, say, transmitting information between ground nodes. Satellites also hold defensive advantages. So for one, infrared satellites give faster launch detection for ICBMs, which increases your reaction time. And that's pretty important because having good reaction time is necessary as a precursor to having credible second strike capacity. Second, though, satellite systems are just more reliable than traditional forms of information gathering, and this decreases the chance of false escalation, for example, flagging something as a launch of an ICBM when it wasn't that, or getting information that an ICBM is headed your direction when there is no such ICBM. The result of all of this is a space race, primarily between China and the US, for space superiority, or the capacity to control enough space assets such that your forces can operate with perfect intel at any location, and the capacity to deny the enemy the same. The problem is that space is limited. Why is space limited? We talked about this in the space workshop, but for a refresher. First, low Earth orbit and geostationary spots are physically limited. That is, many geostationary spots are taken up by legacy satellites, but also since geostationary spots, say, sit at a specific altitude above the Earth's surface, where they happen to rotate the Earth at the same rate that the Earth turns, therefore effectively staying in one particular place with regards to ground nodes and information gathering capacity. Because of that, and because the altitude is it's only one spot where you can rotate at that speed, because of that, it is just the case that geostationary satellite spots are zero-sum. Low Earth orbit spots are also somewhat zero-sum, a little bit less so, but definitely very much so, because you cannot have multiple low Earth orbit satellites orbiting too close together. It makes it so that there are chances of, for example, collision, which increases space debris, which we all know is quite bad. Entities do not want space debris because it increases the cost quite seriously of launching things into space. Second, though, regulatory agencies exist that make it difficult to get new satellites in space. It takes years of pre-planning. You have to file for a specific radio frequency, for example. You have to file for a specific spot. Both of these are zero-sum. And as was previewed, the third reason is just that radio frequencies and the spectrum that is used to beam down information is zero-sum. Let's then talk about information superiority. Information superiority involves the following four things. First, information gathering capacity. Second, information processing capacity. Third, relaying and utilizing capacity. And fourth, interference capacity. Why is information superiority so important in conflict? One reason is just the fog of war effects that we've talked about. You want to reduce them. And so having informational superiority makes sure that military choices are predicated on good information, and it decreases your opposition's capacity to do the same. The second reason is precision-guided missiles. Some of the most effective military instruments of modern warfare are PGMs, or precision-guided missiles. These are things that you can control from far away that often auto-adjust to hit a target that is super far away on a very minute scale with high levels of accuracy. These weapons give nations the capacity to engage remotely in extremely efficient military operations at almost zero cost. They were instrumental, for example, in NATO's interventions in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They require the following, though. The first is real-time, precise intelligence about the target, where it is moving, where it is at any given moment, where it will be very soon afterwards. Second is real-time intelligence about the high-speed, like super high-speed, missile's location. And third is the technology to relay and dynamically adjust the precision-guided missile at the point that you have that information. And so these things require very, very vast amounts of information and technology that make information superiority deeply important when engaging in things like proxy conflict or just conflict in general. Let's then talk about counter space operations. So kinetics, that is kinetic counter space operations, i.e. launching a missile, for example, to take out a satellite in space, has the drawbacks that were previously mentioned. That is, chances of escalation being quite high because it is quite attributable, legal risks, debris risks, and that sort of thing. And as a result, nations rely primarily on other forms of counter-space operations, and while some spacefaring nations have some degree of both direct ascent anti-satellite capacity, i.e. missiles, and interceptor capacity, i.e. using a satellite to approach, ram, or capture another, most developed kinetic anti-satellite capacity is focused on attacking ground stations, i.e. where information is transmitted to and from satellites. These are still generally attributable to nations, and nations don't want escalation or international law problems, so there is a race for making anti-satellite operations as difficult to attribute as possible as well. What are the other forms of counter-space operations? First, you have non-kinetic physical. These are somewhat difficult to attribute in some instances and very easy to attribute in other instances. Often they do not provide evidence of success to the attackers, however. In these sorts of attacks, the satellite is physically damaged in a non-kinetic way. So, for example, it might look like an EMP, for example, from a nuclear detonation in space, making it so that the satellite is effectively fried or shut off for a considerable period. It might look like high-powered lasers, which are non-confirmable via the attacker, but can, permanently damage the optical functions of satellites. Second, you have high-power microwaves. These can hit both ground or satellites, and they can do so in a front doorway, that is, via the satellite's antenna, which can be thwarted by the satellite being designed to detect and block surges of energy, or they can be done in a back doorway, that is, seeking to enter via gaps and shielding around the wiring, and those are harder to protect against. The third sort of method is electronic warfare. So you can do things like jamming, where you overpower a radio frequency channel so that signals cannot be received, which obviously does no permanent damage and is generally quite difficult, or somewhat difficult to attribute. You have spoofing, where you transmit false signals. You have relay, where you retransmit and confuse operators with signals that were already transmitted. The fourth sort of things that you can do are cyber operations, so like cyber attacking satellites.
Fifth, you can tamper with firmware during development. At the same time, defensive measures have been developed in response. So for one, redundancy measures, that is, constellations of small satellites or having multiple satellites in space that perform similar operations to reduce single-point failures. Second, you have hardening of design, so making it so that the satellite is radiation hardened, putting on a Faraday shield for HPM resistance or high-power microwave resistance. Then you have increasing the maneuverability of satellites, so making it so that they can dynamically adjust in orbit. The capacity to rapidly replace is a defensive measure. Space domain awareness is also something that has been developed largely in response to not largely in response, but somewhat in response to anti-satellite capacities. And then finally, many nations invest in reducing single ground node failure points, so having multiple ground nodes that service the same satellite. Let's then talk about air supremacy, because air supremacy is also very, very important. Why might air supremacy be important? First and most obvious reason, things in the air, i.e. jets, are much faster moving than things on the ground, and so they can just move and increase the rate at which you can take territory much faster. They can precede ground troops to destroy important targets that would otherwise launch or have a really serious threatening capacity to those ground troops as they near them. Second, though, you have the capacity to strike behind defensive lines, to do things like from the air instead of on the ground where it is likely to be defended, launch attacks on things like resupply routes. Third, you have the capacity to just do more significant damage, that is, jets, for example, have the ability to hold much larger bombs, much stronger bombs that are considerably less risky to those in the jet than individual troops on the ground. Fourth, ground troops are just more free to move. That is to say that at the point that you have air supremacy, you can make sure that the path for ground troops, as mentioned, is somewhat cleared so that they can move forward. Fifth, it means that you have better capacity to engage in on-the-ground surveillance, because while satellite imagery is quite good and very advanced, many nations just don't have the capacity to have access to the most high-tech satellite imagery and satellite intelligence. Six, it means that you can better protect your supply lines, i.e. from the air, to make sure that there are no attacks launched on them. And seventh, air supremacy puts a psychological pressure on your opponents, so troops are now operating under hostile air supremacy. They feel very exposed, they feel very vulnerable to a strike, an airstrike, an unpredictable airstrike, at every single point. And this reduces both the initiative to do things like, say, maybe take a somewhat obvious route to attack your enemy. You can effectively decrease your enemy's capacity to engage in just traversing obvious terrain without having troops that are stationed there to prevent it, but it also just reduces morale pretty extensively. Let's then talk about deterrence. There are two forms of deterrence. First is deterrence by denial, i.e. I say that you cannot have access to this thing, so maybe if you attack me, I will just go and blow up this thing so that neither of us have access to it. Especially important within conflicts about, overbearing threats, i.e. you can deter an enemy making an action, even if you do not have the capacity to punish them meaningfully, by just compellingly promising to destroy the thing that they want to gain out of conflict. Second, deterrence by punishment. So this is a sort of standard story where you say, if you do this, I will punish you in a way that is considerably outsized compared to what you hope to gain from doing this. Deterrence relies on three things. First is the capacity to engage in the form of deterrence you promise. More important than the actual capacity is the perceived capacity, because the only point at which capacity kicks in is when you are actually challenged to do that thing. Capacity can be important for credible deterrence in the future, but it often isn't as important as the perceived capacity to do the thing in the instance in which you're trying to deter. Second, you have communicability. So, for example, maybe this looks like published plans to blow up the asset in the instance of an invasion or something like this, where you are where you are able to communicate that you are going to do this thing at the point that the enemy engages in the particular action that you wish to deter. And the third is credibility, so whether or not you are to be believed in the promise that you are making that is a deterring promise. Failures can happen with all three and more. Capacity is rather intuitive. If you do not have the forces to engage in deterrence and your enemy finds this out, presumably they will not be very deterred by the lackluster forces you have. Communication. Good examples of communication failures are, for one, the Iraq invasion of Kuwait, wherein Hussein genuinely did have credible reason to believe that intervention wouldn't happen. He had been being fed information that was somewhat contradictory, and the stance of the US was not particularly as explicit as it needed to be. And so Hussein decided to invade Kuwait, and obviously the US kicked in their defenses of Kuwait at that point in time. Second example, North Korea's invasion of South Korea in 1950. The United States had remained ambiguous as to whether or not they would engage in South Korea's defense, and so North Korea thought that the cost of engaging in warfare to the benefits of another nation were so large that it was reasonable to believe that the US would not engage in defense. And yet, obviously, when North Korea invaded South Korea in 1950, the US came to defense. Credibility failures. Few examples of these. First off, you have Putin and nukes, most obviously, like Putin says, I'm going to press the nuclear button every other week. No one believes Putin at this point. It decreases the deterrent effect that a threat, that is a severe threat like that, actually has. Second, though, you have NATO and Article 5. So this is not to say there are two ways that Article 5 could be delegitimized. The first is if there is a legitimate attack on NATO's turf and NATO does not invoke Article 5. And this is probably one of the primary reasons why NATO did decide to invoke Article 5 in the War on Terror when the US faced 9/11, in the aftermath of that, to make sure that it maintained its legitimacy. But also it is in the instance of gray zone warfare, that is, Russia consistently presses the envelope of what is legitimate forms of gray zone warfare that are not considered active war on a NATO member, and NATO consistently lets that envelope get pushed for understandable reasons, because it is always very costly to go to war on someone else's behalf. So there is a sort of collective action problem wherein all states do not want to actually have this thing occur. But it means that the commitment and the Article 5 deterrence that exists in regards to gray zone warfare is very delegitimized over time as the envelope gets pushed further and further. And this kind of illustrates the necessity of binding commitments because, again, it is basically never in your explicit interest to go to war on someone else's behalf. And so statements without binding commitments are just very uncredible when it comes to, say, defense treaties between nations. So you need binding commitments that hands tie you effectively into going to war. One way to do that is to make it so that you have a sort of promise that at the point that you do not trigger that promise, you delegitimize the deterrent effect of that promise far into the future, i.e. Article 5 of NATO. The fourth failure I'll focus on is just the failure of preemption. So there was a very worrying scenario that worried a large number of people when it came to the development of nuclear arms. There was probably a point at time in which one side had nukes, but they did not have the secondary strike capacity, and possibly both sides at this point had nukes. At that point, you have a very strong incentive, if you know that this is the case, to hit your enemy first. Because if you do so, then, well, they don't have the capacity to respond, and you have nuked them before they have built up the capacity to respond to you, to do a second strike. And so there's very strong rational incentives to engage in preemptive action. So, for example, another way this plays out is just that since defense treaties need binding commitment for credibility, and they're very rarely negotiated ad hoc, i.e. in the moment, so any time that an enemy of you is negotiating a defense treaty with other enemies of you, or even not an enemy of you like negotiating the defense treaty, if they're just someone who is somewhat ambivalent, or you are somewhat ambivalent towards, you have very strong preemptive incentives to go to war, because you want to prevent them from being able to have that defense treaty. And at the point that they are actively engaged in conflict, all of a sudden, it feels very real for the people who would enter the defense treaty. Many defense treaties have clauses of not allowing some entity that is currently engaged in conflict into them. And even the ones that don't, it's just difficult to muster up the political will at the point that war is actively occurring, that you would need to immediately mobilize your troops, take on the political costs, lose the next election, and so on. So some deterrence debates ask the question of, if we were to do this thing, will this deter or escalate the conflict? If you're on the side of deterrence, then make sure that you're emphasizing the capacity that your opponent has to engage in the rational, reasoned understanding of what the costs of warfare are. I.e., if you position new units in an individual place, what you're doing is you're increasing the expected costs of war, you're increasing the expected losses that your enemy will take, and they factor that into their decisions. If you're on the flip side of this, then I think there are two things you can say.
The first is that maybe this creates a preemptive incentive insofar as you continue to build out your military units in an individual place. Well, it is just the case that if your opponent expects you to continue doing that, and they currently have the advantage when it comes to military units there and the capacity to, say, resupply them, well, presumably they will engage in preemptive action to prevent you from building up a military capacity there, while they can still, for example, overwhelm the troops that exist there, that currently are there. Secondarily, though, you do not know why these troops are being placed there. Even if you think, and maybe the state has published that they are just being placed there for defensive purposes, defensive posturing, and so on, you might think that there is a chance that they will be used in a way that is to your chagrin, i.e. in a way that is not only just preventing the outbreak of conflict, but doing things like actively suppressing your forces in the region. And so the chance of miscalculation goes up significantly at the point that new troops are placed in an individual place. The second thing I want to talk about with regards to deterrence is tit-for-tat escalation. Why might you have a rational incentive to strike back if I strike you, even if we ought be deterred by the end outcome of war, i.e. it is undesirable for all parties? The first reason is just because you want to make sure that others are not going to attack you, and so striking back, especially disproportionately, acts as a deterrent factor which prevents others from doing the same thing that this enemy did to you. Second, there is the fog of war effect. That is, you do not know if your enemy is considering doing more of these attacks, and so you want to strike preemptively before they have the capacity to do that sort of thing. Oftentimes, intelligence in these scenarios is rather frenzied, especially if you did not see the attack coming and that sort of thing. Third, plausibly, you just feel wronged, you politically have to, your constituency pushes you to do this sort of thing. To me, this isn't super compelling because oftentimes there is just a rationalization of information as it goes through the bureaucratic levels to get to the top figurehead, but maybe there are some ideologues who are willing to go, to war just on this principled consideration itself. And fourth is just, and similar to the fog of war effect, but let's say, for example, you aerially bombard me, and I don't know whether or not you're going to do this in the future. Not only do I want to deter you from doing it in the future, if I have the capacity to do so, then I want to destroy your ability to do it in the future. I want to destroy your aerial capacity in this situation. And so oftentimes retaliation takes the form of destroying the capacity to immediately afterwards engage in military conflict back. Okay, we're going to talk about Russia and Ukraine as a sort of case study in a chunk of this. The first thing to mention is just that, as a disclaimer, much of this information is rather dated. The last time I did substantial research into Russia and Ukraine was the end of 2025. So there's a good chance, I as I mentioned, I read through like a bunch of Wikipedia entries on like the proceedings of the war since then, but like my information is a little out of date. Information here, and especially like events and trends in warfare, just change quite rapidly. So take this with a little bit of a grain of salt. I think a lot of the older stuff will be fairly accurate, but no promises on some of the newer stuff still being the case. At the onset of the war, a sanctions regime was very quickly imposed on Russia. This consisted of 4-ish things, a little bit more than that. The first was targeted sanctions that were imposed against Russian oligarchs that prevented them accessing their wealth that they held abroad. So, for example, if you owned a yacht as a Russian oligarch, well, you would have that yacht frozen, held in a European fund until the war is over. The second was financial sanctions. So this looked like making it so that Russia couldn't access the SWIFT messaging system, i.e., basically every single bank, every bank that engages in dollar-denominated currency or dollar-denominated exchanges, at the very least, uses the SWIFT messaging system. And the US has the capacity to control that system to prevent you from doing any deals with any bank via it. And so these sanctions were used to basically cut Russia off from the broader global economy, because the SWIFT messaging system is just the backbone of the international financial system. So financial sanctions were imposed on specifically Russian banks, including the central bank, where a large number of US bonds were confiscated. And effectively the goal was to prevent Russia from having the capacity to dynamically adjust in the instance of a crisis.
The third portion of sanctions was a price cap that was placed on oil exports. We'll talk a little bit about the mechanics of that in a second as well. And the fourth thing was just sanctions on military and dual-use goods. There were also a number of sanctions put in place on sort of standard goods, but particularly severe sanctions were placed on military dual-use goods. One key note about sanctions is just as you move further and further from the imposition of those sanctions fatigue worsens. So that is to say that the costs of imposing sanctions are backloaded to those who apply them, and they grow over time. So you don't immediately feel the shock to your economy as a bunch of Russian oil, for example, cannot make it in there, or a bunch of Russian exports in whatever field you bought exports from Russia from cannot make it into your economy. Eventually, though, the prices do start to creep upward, but also enforcement complexity scales, so making sure that sanctions evasion isn't occurring at a particularly extreme rate, grows in scale of complexity as the avenues to do things like sanctions evade get more and more mature over time. On the other hand, they are front-loaded to those who they are applied to, so Russia feels the brunt of sanctions rather immediately, and they decline over time as rerouting chains scale and grow in maturity and complexity. Second reason that sanctions fatigue gets worse over time is just moral clarity within voters disappears as sanctions, for example, hit their wallets, and as new leaders come to power who don't have the moral salience of the issue that the original people who were in charge and imposed these sanctions did. How does Russia evade sanctions? Russia evades the sanctions on oil, or the oil cap that was positioned on Russian oil, by one, shipping oil under false flags. So, for example, maybe you ship oil on a ship that has a flag of Malta on it. And also using shell corporations for those ships, i.e. a fake corporation set up with the pure point, or one of the few points of the shell corporation, of getting Russian oil from point A to point B while evading the price cap. And these make it very difficult to identify which ships are Russian ships. It's against international law, but it's not like that really matters. The second thing that you can do is you can skip indemnity insurance. So the G7 oil price cap that was imposed on Russian oil is done via insurance, Western-controlled, broadly monopolies or oligopolized portions of the shipping insurance industry. That is, like, making it so that if you have an oil spill or your ship gets attacked or taken hostage by Yemeni pirates or something like this, you get money back in return for it. That oligopoly of insurance is held in the West, and so if you wish to, and also how oil price caps are actually enforced, i.e. the insurance of this ship can only be so much, the total price of the goods can only be so much. So at the point that you skip indemnity insurance, well, you no longer have to deal with the price cap that was placed on your oil because there's no mechanism of enforcing it. And obviously, you have a ship going from point A to point country that is going to buy the oil. So presumably it has some sort of market effect on you still, to the extent that people are presumably not going to be willing to buy that oil at considerably above price cap costs because they can get it at price cap costs. But if there's artificial, I'm getting into the economic weeds of this too much. The point here is that you can skip indemnity insurance to avoid the price cap that was placed on Russian oil. But in addition to that, you can also just use Russian insurance. So Russia has a somewhat publicly subsidized new shipping insurance company that was built up pretty extensively after this. And so now if you just use that, you don't even see the downsides of the risk that you have to take on as an individual shipper. It is worth mentioning that it is quite difficult to get people to take ships across oceans without having insurance because pirating is somewhat common, damages are somewhat common. It is difficult to convince people that they should do that their company should do that sort of thing. The financial sanctions that were put in place are evaded in two ways. The first is just that Russia immediately propped up its own bank messaging system, SPFS, and now Russian banks use that for the majority of internal transactions. But also, China has a bank messaging system called CIPS. And so now a lot of Russian international transactions go first through renminbi-denominated banks that use the CIPS system. And so, as a result, Russia still has some access to international financial markets. On elite sanctions and elite sanction evasion, the main thing that you can do here is just that if you are an oligarch in Russia, it is quite easy for you to transfer your assets to a shell company in a particular tax haven that has financial secrecy protections. They get to skim a little bit off the top, but your finances, your assets, all of these things are perfectly fine until the war is over, at which point you can take them back. There is a legitimate argument to be made that Russia has benefited from the war. There are a number of reasons you can give for this. The first is just the Kalashnikovization of the economy, i.e. Russia had a considerable amount of slack productivity that going into this war, and the war-supportive industry, the amount of productivity that grew there, filled that slack productivity in a way that was beneficial. Why did Russia have this slack productivity and the capacity to engage pretty intensively in wartime production? The primary reason is just that there was a lot of slack productivity left over from the fall of the Cold War. One, just because lots of plants were left idle without really any productive purposes, sometimes producing kind of miscellaneously, but not really on full product, full push to get things out there, because it doesn't really make all that much sense to. But secondarily, the plants that were turned, say, from the guns economy of the Soviet Union into other productive asset-producing plants oftentimes operate below max productivity, because there is just some amount of efficiency loss when you do something like production transfer, changing the sorts of goods that are, for example, produced by an individual arms plant. And so at the point that you shift them back over, you increase the efficiency at which many of these assets, these immobile capital things, are operating at. The second reason that you can say that Russia has benefited from the war is the Russian gamifying of the war. And this has happened on both sides. Both Russia and Ukraine implemented a strategy where they gamified, say, killing opposing soldiers. But effectively, you now have a price premium on killing a Ukrainian soldier if you're a Russian soldier. And you also, not only that, you also have price premiums placed on things like, for example, getting a particular medal. And so, for one, this was quite good because it meant that lots of individuals have now benefited from the war, but also it means that Russia didn't have to conscript as much as many citizens, push them onto the front lines unconsensually, because at the point that you put large lump sum payments over the heads of Ukrainian soldiers, many people choose to opt into that voluntarily. And that decreases the pushback from Russian citizens who, for example, do not want their children to have to be conscripted in a coercive way at the hands of the state. The third thing is just that lump sum payments went to family of the deceased in the war, and also to anyone who got injured in the war. This also decreased people's sort of rage against Russia for pushing their children, their family members, and so on into the war front, given the fact that oftentimes they stood to benefit from the worst case instances. Where did Russia find all of this money? The background that you need to know is just that Putin came to power in the midst of an oil boom, and he chose to save a large sum of the money that was generated as a result of that oil boom. And so through relatively smart financial decisions, i.e. not spending that money, keeping it saved up for emergencies like this, it turns out that towards a year or so into the war, he was able to turn the Russian coffers into something that was able to stimulate the domestic economy, i.e. create a lot of productivity, and also something that was able to do these two effects with regards to the war itself. This broadly solved Russia's impossible trilemma, i.e. how was Putin going to fund an increasingly costly war, maintain citizens' living standards, and safeguard Russia's macroeconomic stability all at once? Putin decided to focus primarily on funding the costly war and not really the other two. And it just so happens that that had the side effect and spillover impact of making the other two considerably less worrying concerns. So now, for example, there are a considerable number of people who previously didn't have particularly good paying jobs, who now are able to work in manufacturing centers to push out material that is used in the war, who are benefited economically by the fact that the war began in the first place. Also worth noting is just that there are a large number of peripheral areas in Russia that previously didn't have large amounts of opportunities. They were disconnected from the state, they were not really focused on in terms of policy making decisions and so on. Oftentimes these areas, given the fact that, again, during the Soviet Union's Cold War with the US, the Soviet Union effectively turned into the epitome of a guns economy, where the vast majority of productive capacity, or large sums of productive capacity, were spent on creating wartime materials. These peripheral areas oftentimes do have productive plants and the capacity to produce productive resources. And so all of a sudden, these peripheral areas where you are effectively opportunityless, basically immobile with regards to class, now have opportunities in class mobility. Not only can the individuals there go serve on the front lines and have the chance of receiving large sums of payment from Russia as a result of doing that, but they also just have a pretty strong economic revitalization, i.e. through the productive capacity coming back online that stimulates local economies and so on. Next topic, drones. Let's talk quickly about the economics of drones. The basic premise of drone warfare is that it is deeply advantageous if you have the capacity to produce a drone at relatively cheap, say, for example, $100 to maybe a couple $1,000. At the same time, that individual drone attached to some form of explosive munition can deliver severe economic damage to your opponent. It can do things like take out a multi-tens, maybe more than that, of thousands of dollar piece of military equipment, say for example an armored vehicle. It can take out an enemy soldier. And so the economics of drones revolves around having the capacity to produce really lower and lower cost drones with explosive capacity and send those to the front lines to engage in explosive, effectively kamikaze combat. And obviously the drones do not have pilots, so it's just the drone exploding, with the material that your opponent has on the front lines. This requires two things. One, it requires the capacity to produce drones very cheaply, which is something that the war has massively scaled up for both sides. It also requires the capacity to deliver information to those drones. There are a couple of roundabout ways of going about this. So, for example, Ukrainian drones, and probably Russian drones to an extent, I don't really know for sure, started using fiber optic cables attached to the drones to maintain a stable connection to them. You can also do things like use AI systems to effectively allow the drone to work autonomously, though there are obvious risks of doing that. Anyway, and also you can, things like satellite signals and other more reliable forms of getting signals to individual drones have been innovated as a result or throughout the war in a way that has been beneficial for the capacity for drones to reach the front lines somewhat consistently. At the same time as well, of course, countermeasures have also matured. So, for example, the capacity to start is maybe spoof, the capacity to engage in electronic warfare with regards to drones, the capacity to quickly produce, mass produce nets to take down the drones and things to shoot those nets at drones autonomously or semi-autonomously. These things have all matured at the same time as drone warfare has matured. The broad point of all of this is just that prior to this war, drones had not been used en masse in war, and so the revolution in drone warfare was a very interesting and important stage of warfare that quickly, one, massively advantaged Ukraine to the extent that they were, somewhat prepared for this, capable to mass produce drones faster than Russia was at the start of the war, and as a result had a pretty severe economic advantage with regards to the material being consumed in war, eventually killed those advantages at the point that cost curves of producing drones flattened for both sides of the war, and eventually somewhat turned those things, the advantages generated as a result of the revolution in drone warfare, to side Russia. The first thing to note is just that the result of drones being everywhere in warfare means that the advantages of having eyes everywhere kind of disappeared. So originally Ukraine had a considerable advantage to the extent that drones allowed them to have really good surveillance of the battlefield and be able to act on information much better than Russia did, who had to rely on more on-the-ground sorts of information gathering things. So that was quite advantageous for Ukraine. But obviously at the point that both sides have drones going everywhere in the war, it doesn't really matter as much. I mean, there are still sometimes dark spots that are created, for example, by electronic warfare and various countermeasures. But broadly, the advantages associated with this have disappeared pretty extensively. And so yeah, also countermeasures matured at the same time, and the cost curves of creating drones flattened. That is also true for countermeasures, meaning the exchange ratio, i.e. the economic cost of a drone to the cost that it induces to your opponent, broadly stabilized. Drone saturation meant a number of things. The first thing it meant was that offensive incursions were somewhat empowered. That is, the capacity to take out air defenses became, or larger defenses involved in, say, repelling ground attacks, became very, very cheap. You only need one drone to make it through. You can send a swarm of them at it. Maybe one of them will make it through. That makes it quite difficult to defend against that sort of incursion. Secondarily, though, artillery became important again. That is, you need to be able to consistently move artillery into an area where you're at siege, which increased the importance of capacity to produce artillery at scale. As we've established, Russia is advantaged here because they had massive slack productive capacity via the fall of the Soviet Union, i.e. the guns economy at the time. Comparatively, Ukraine is largely dependent on Western aid for industrial sorts of machinery. For one, because lock-in effects exist, so if you're using US weapons or French weapons or German weapons or whatever, often they are integrated into other portions of the weapon systems, which reduces your capacity to switch between individual suppliers. But also just because Ukraine has a very minimal domestic military-industrial complex. It is existent, but it's not particularly strong. So the vast majority of support was coming from outside sources with regards to the capacity to do artillery things. The third advantage or the third change as a result of drone saturation is just that manpower became quite an advantage again. And this is, and the reason for this is because while it is true that drones can, for example, increase mass numbers of casualties to the opponent line, what they cannot do is hold a line. At best, they can consistently bombard troops as they try to advance their lines, but you cannot hold a line just through having a wall of drones itself. You need manpower on the ground. This is important because Russia just does have more reserves than Ukraine, or at least they did going into the end of 2025. The reason that Ukraine is at a disadvantage here is, for one, just because they have a much smaller population, but also because they have a large urban middle class, which is resistant to participating in the war, who have the capital flexibility to effectively flee at the point that you try to draft them. They also have better legal knowledge than uneducated rural people who are not as well-read, and as a result, they have the capacity to hold the Ukrainian government hostage via lawsuits. The result of this for Ukraine is that training pipelines have thinned, so late mobilization, that is, mobilization that happens later on into the war, just has lower quality replacements, which means that you have higher casualty rates and you have more burnout for the people on the front lines. Not to mention that if you are stuck on the front lines for longer, as mentioned, it is psychologically horribly draining, which makes it quite quick for you to, say, burn out, which requires more troops to replace you. So all of this means that more replacements are necessary, and that increases the cycle of troops getting worse and worse. And this is really important because this is an urban environment. Many of these battles happen in electronic warfare, dense urban environments where you need to be on top of things, you need to be well trained, you need to understand what is going on for you to be able to engage in combat at all effectively, for you to not be just completely out of the fight via the mass amount of overstimulation that occurs on these particular battlefields. The final note on drone saturation is just that it made logistics very important. And so while it's true that Ukraine can strike into Russia's territory from time to time, Russia just does have more ins to the conflict, that is, more logistical hubs to, say, resupply the troops that are on the front line. And this is really important because you need, obviously for drones, constant battery supplies, but also, given that you're losing troops at a rapid rate as drones kamikaze into them, you need troops and you need reinforcement gear because that gear is also being destroyed. So logistics and the capacity to do logistics at scale becomes super important. Let's then talk about aid uncertainty. So the recent trend in Ukraine is unfortunately one of Western aid uncertainty, not knowing whether or not the aid packages that are proposed by various governments will actually make their way to you. And this means that Ukraine has become considerably more tentative with regards to their operations because they expect the worst, or they have to plan around the worst case scenario where you do not have the funding that other governments try to propose. This meant four things. The first thing it meant was that risky offensive just became considerably less justifiable. So doing things like, for example, going on the offensive, if you are risking, for example, a valuable, say, particularly specialized, high-trained unit, that's just not something that you can stomach anymore, especially if that unit is using gear that you may not necessarily have access to via Western suppliers in the future. Secondarily, though, holding territory often means opening up finite resources to things like Russian glide bombs and artillery, endless artillery streams, and as a result, it just meant that Ukraine started prioritizing elasticity with regards to defense rather than holding one particular line. The third thing is just that long-term planning becomes far more difficult when you have no idea how many resources you are going to be working with into the future. You have to game out a large number of scenarios based on the potential resources, and that decreases the amount of time that you can spend gaming out each individual scenario of resources if you had a guarantee, for example. And the fourth thing is just that this means that Ukraine has, as a result, been somewhat hoarding resources, doing things like, again, not positioning the most important things close enough to the front lines where they can be, A, the most efficient, but also within range of, say, Russian glide bombs and that sort of stuff. Let's then finally talk a little bit about 2026. There is, by the way, a very large amount of material on the Russia-Ukraine war that exists in not the supplemental, but one of my matter files, specifically the conflict file. If you want to go and read more about this, feel free to. There's lots more stuff in there. I'm just spark noting some of the, I think, useful material for dealing with the debates surrounding the war, but also just for transferring to other conflict debates. Anyway, 2026. When I was reading through the Wikipedia page, and this is probably a trend that predates 2026, but I was reading through the Wikipedia page for the events of the war throughout 2026, the most interesting thing to me was just that there was a large number of reports of Ukraine successfully or unsuccessfully attempting to strike Russian oil refineries and supply stores with drones. Why is Ukraine using this strategy? The intuitive reason is just that it is so cost effective. So, for example, Ukrainian drones hitting one chemical plant in Russia 5 times since June 2025 makes it consistently, basically impossible to operate the specific plant. But also, these things have lots and lots of flammables, so for example, gas or ammunitions, and so the damage that individual drones can do is compounded by the material that is inside of the targets, making them really efficient targets to attack with quite cheap to produce drones. Russia, on the other hand, seems to be primarily hitting civilian infrastructure in response. So why isn't Russia, in response, hitting high-value Ukrainian targets? The first reason is just that, well, Russia's primary export sector is in oil, and a thing that is, one, productively dense, i.e. you produce it in one area, for example, an oil refinery, and two, is something that is very flammable, so quite easy to do mass damage with a few explosives. Ukraine's main exports are in ag, and this is not super strikeable, and also, relatively important to the world, and it is true that oil is also relatively important to the world, to the extent that, well, if you strike Russia's oil exports, presumably there will be some effect on broader oil markets, but Ukraine's agricultural export sector is just not strategic enough to justify the cost to the broader world, i.e. the cost of your cereal going up, to make strikes on it ones that the global population is willing to withstand. Second, though, Ukraine's other high-value targets are A, nuclear power plants, which would not fly, there are literal international agreements in place that were negotiated as a result of the concerning capacity for Russia to attack these things that supposedly will prevent Russia from doing that sort of stuff and have been effective so far. But also, the other two options are electrical grid stuff and weapons systems. Unsurprisingly, Russia opts for the latter two of these. Here's the problem, though. Russian weapons are notoriously imprecise. weapon systems are often defended and also isolated, which makes them really difficult targets that are not really economically worth it. Rural power stations are rural, so they're also isolated. And so what you do instead is you target urban power stations. And the result is that since Russian missiles are so notoriously imprecise, you miss a very large amount and hit civilian targets in the area, hence the high rates of civilian infrastructure coming under attack. Interstate conflict. First note on interstate conflict, it rarely ends. The first reason for this is just the revolutionary gap that we talked about in the workshop on revolution. That is, it is quite difficult to maintain the economic expectations of the citizens insofar as a revolution has occurred, an insurgency has succeeded, a civil war has ended. But even in the midst of those, where say there is a government versus individual forces, it's still quite difficult because the government becomes constrained by needing to spend large amounts of money on combating the armed forces. The government becomes constrained in a way that oftentimes opens it up to the same sort of gap, which is why you oftentimes see coups when the civilian or military population disagrees with the fact that the state is not clearly having the capacity to engage well with the armed conflict going on. Oftentimes, the aftermath of conflict looks like lots of destroyed factories during the conflict, burnt crop fields, destroyed wars that were bombed to prevent your enemy from being able to traverse them. But all of these obviously decrease the economic capacity of the state, and so the aftermath is one that is often quite difficult to get through. Second, there are just commitment problems. So peace means surrendering your arms, but you fear that the state or the other group are likely to renege on surrendering their own arms. And so you have strong incentives to not do the first mover disadvantage, i.e. surrender your arms first, and put yourself in a situation of vulnerability with regards to the other group. Third, there are just perverse leadership problems. So war creates beneficiaries. Government officials consolidate power in the face of emergency and stand to gain from that emergency continuing. Maybe they're trying to avoid, for example, some sort of trial. Commanders will illegally seize stolen mines and operate them without the actual legitimacy to do so, but in a way that is very profitable for them. So war creates a number of beneficiaries who want war and conflict to continue going when it is inside of a state, i.e. when the state does not have the coercive capacity to maintain a monopoly on violence because there are other groups inside. It creates the opportunity for many people to benefit from the war. And this is important because armed groups are very prone to fragmentation. For one, they're comprised of a diverse array of power brokers. Often this looks like a common coalition against the state or another armed force. But this diverse array of power brokers have very real competing incentives, i.e. the reason they agreed to work against the state or the armed force is not the same as the reason that a different power broker, for example, made that decision. And so the point that a leadership figure decides that we are going to make some deal with the other side, or even the way in which leadership is structured after success, oftentimes creates ends for fracturing. I think we talked about this pretty extensively within the Revolution workshop. The fourth reason is just that leadership figures may be unhappy to relinquish power, and this is true even if they are very good-hearted leadership figures. That is, you have power now, you can do the things that you revolted for. Why would you relinquish that power and risk that not occurring? Oftentimes this drives leaders to hold on to power within states post-revolution and so on. Fifth, often outside states get involved, maybe because they want to destabilize the state that is there because they oppose them in some way, or they want access to across their border into the other state's territory, mines, for example, or things like that. Also, though, it is just the case that individual great powers will often engage in proxy conflict via these sorts of things, where one side funds one group, the other side funds the other group. But also, many nascent insurgencies, or just general insurgencies, have very strong incentives to offer lucrative deals to potential individuals who can back them, who can get them arms, because they need arms, and often they control areas that are economically lucrative. And so they can offer those material resources for, in return, arms and that sort of stuff. The sixth reason is just that armed networks don't go away when the war ends. There is an influx of weaponry that happens when conflict is occurring, i.e. black markets and smuggling routes open up. These things, well-traveled smuggling routes,
black markets for illicit goods just don't disappear when the war actually ends, which means the capacity of starting another insurgency, another revolution, another civil war is much higher because there is a large amount of weaponry that is already stationed there and a large capacity to gain more weaponry if you wish to. Seventh, institutional knowledge is just hampered or erased. This contributes to the revolutionary gap that we talked about in the workshop on revolution, but this is important in and of itself, because at the point that you revolt against the state, that you have a successful insurgency, oftentimes you will kill large amounts of bureaucrats in the process, either just through accidental collateral or mistaking them for working with the state and ideologically killing them. And as a result, it is just quite difficult to work the state's head at the point that you have gained power afterwards. You need to reform your monopoly on violence, but this is difficult because you have just gone through the process of destroying the state's monopoly on violence in large swaths of the state. And oftentimes, insurgencies, revolutions, and so on don't actually resolve themselves to the point that you, for example, capture the capital city of a particular nation. Rather, there are still oftentimes areas that are governed by the previous government or the other armed forces you are opposing that are peripheral to the state, that make it just an ongoing conflict that is very difficult and drawn out. The implication of all of this is at the end of intrastate conflict. So in any debate where you are arguing about whether or not this will lead to a faster end to the conflict, the end itself is super important, because without a clear capacity to avoid existential failures in the way that was mentioned above, you're likely to just return to the conflict in the future, to not actually escape the conflict trap that exists. And maybe things will be worse in that conflict for one reason or another, but at the very least, it just means more people will die over time if you do not resolve the large number of problems that can lead to those sorts of things. Let's then talk about insurgencies. First, on nascent insurgencies. Nascent insurgencies need secrecy rather intuitively, given that if they are found out at a point where they're nascent, the state has probably the capacity to crack down on them pretty severely to prevent them from getting larger over time, to destroy their armed forces as they exist in their nascency. I know, people are probably going to get after me for saying nascent instead of nascent. I just like it better. Anyway, what does this mean? One, it means that they typically form in states with limited governing capacity or in areas with limited state presence because it is far easier to hide yourself here, i.e. the state does not have the human intelligence to know that you exist in this particular region, and so you can use that to your advantage to amass kind of secretly over time a large insurgent network. Second, it means that ethnic or religious identity often does just play an important role. The reason for this is because kinship networks are good proxies for trust. So if you, for example, do not want the fact that there is an insurgency boiling in a particular area getting out, well, you probably only are going to inform and involve people that you believe you can trust. And kinship networks often act as a good proxy for that, both to the extent that oftentimes there just are communal ties that exist that reinforce closeness and secrecy inside of these networks, but also to the extent that at the point that a kinship network is pretty entangled within a nascent insurgency, well, now you have a sort of coercive mechanism for individuals not reporting you, i.e. you are alienated by your community, or you come under threat of violence because that information travels quickly and so on. Third, though, they just cannot be needlessly violent, primarily towards civilians. And the reason for this is because it generates a very strong incentive to report the nascent insurgency. It often also alienates communities, which you will end up needing over your lifespan to give you materials and to give you information on the activities of the government, for example. And so you do not want to be particularly violent towards civilians. And fourth, and this is somewhat conflicting with the third incentive, nascent insurgencies just have a high necessity for conformity, for making it so that individuals do not go and inform the state of the insurgency's actions. And so you have to be rather strict when it comes to people inside of the insurgency to make it so that they have strong incentives to maintain secrecy, to not go and tell the state about your existence or your activities. Second note on nascent insurgencies, they're just dependent on civilian populations. For one, civilian populations act as quasi-intelligence sources. They gather information for you, they relay that to you, they make it easier to operate. you're also reliant on your community for things like food, like water, like shelter from the state, and so on. And it is worth noting that you do move away from this over time as you draw in sponsors as external, i.e. international sources of funding, or another affiliated insurgency in another place move in to provide you funding, to provide you food, to provide you weapons and things like that. But at the beginning, especially when you do not have these connections, you're just very reliant on communities for providing these sorts of things to you. Third, most insurgents do just live amongst civilian populations. This is one, because they are civilians in the vast majority of the time, and so they're also performing their civilian duties while they are doing insurgent things. But second, it acts as a deterrent against counterinsurgency operations. That is, the state does not know who is involved, and so if they were to go out and strike against a nascent insurgency, they would probably have to engage in some level of collective punishment, but the state would prefer to not do that sort of thing because collective punishment drives people to get themselves involved in the insurgency, both for the fact that you want security from the state, but also because it drives the insurgency's capacity to do things like rhetorically capitalize on the fact that the state enacted collective punishment against you. Fourth, it just necessitates popular support to kick out the government. That is, like, if you are an insurgency, the primary way that you have to gain power over the state apparatus, or at the very least something that is fundamental to your ability to, for example, govern posts, is to have popular support behind you. And so often you, as a result, will provide things like judicial services that the state might not be doing in those less governed areas. How do insurgencies get support? First, and the thing I just mentioned, is just patronage. So you provide public services, you provide law enforcement, you provide legal goods, and so on. Notably, these align really heavily with most insurgencies' incentives, given that you want to challenge state authority, you want to indoctrinate people, so maybe it makes sense to set up education facilities. You want to, for example, provide charity for the groups that you want to support, like you're ideologically aligned with. And so it does oftentimes align very heavily with the incentives of insurgencies to do things like provide patronage in ways that are often quite good and beneficial for local communities. Second, obviously capitalizing on ideology, getting people involved through their belief in whatever ideology you are proposing should take over the state apparatus, if there is one. Not all insurgencies are particularly ideological. Third, just coercion. So making it so that people have no choice but to be involved in the insurgency. So, for example, a group that was fairly notorious for doing something called bridge burning, wherein they would take over a town, kill the vast majority of the individuals involved, burn the town to the ground, and so they would take children from the town and they would have no ties to their previous groups, and basically you would have no choice but to join the insurgent forces because this is the only possible community you have left, the only people who are willing to fend for you, and so on. And fourth is just security. So, for example, in Afghanistan, it was just the case that in response to international forces often operating rather coercively against Afghanistan farmers, the Taliban and other various insurgent groups would do things like offer security to those farmers. And this is just true in general, especially where there are either large amounts of state violence or multiple competing insurgent groups where you have to be under the effectively banner of one of them to have broad security to not get caught up in the crossfire because you have guards that are willing to, say, for example, watch out for you and quash attempts to, say, burn down your farm, kill you, and so on. And importantly, the reason that these questions, how the insurgency gets support, is important is because they define the incentives of insurgencies. So there is probably somewhat of a positive correlation between size and power and use of coercion, given that as you grow in size, as you grow in power, your capacity to coerce, which is just a pretty surefire mechanism of getting people involved, grows. It isn't always true. So oftentimes insurgencies will do things like primarily stake their claim to legitimacy on patronage networks, and we'll talk about some examples of that in this workshop. Why might you join insurgencies? The first reason, most obviously, if you align with their ideology. Obviously, there are lots of ideologues everywhere, and not all of those ideologues are involved in insurgency. So this is somewhat of, sure, it can be a factor, but oftentimes people are pushed to join insurgencies for much more pragmatic reasons. So, for example, you might just hate the state. Maybe it isn't the case that you appreciate the insurgency or you like the insurgency or they provide a good for you. It is just the case that you absolutely hate the state, that maybe the state has wronged you particularly intensely. Maybe it has done something like take away large portions of your land. Maybe it has done something like kill large portions of your family. And so at that point, you might just be pushed to join an insurgency for the mere fact that you absolutely hate the enemy of the insurgency. And as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Third, maybe it is the case that you join for community and purpose. So maybe you're just like, and this is more true for joining other entities, for example, drug cartels oftentimes have a considerable portion of people who just join them for the sort of fraternity that you get of being involved in a drug cartel. A little less true for insurgencies, but it is still the case that like these groups provide a large amount of solace for individuals who maybe dislike the state. This is very similar to the last one, but you provide community and purpose for groups of individuals like that, and maybe those groups become enjoined with the insurgency. Fourth, just protection. So, for example, oftentimes in prisons, prison inmates will join gangs or insurgencies or insurgency-linked groups just for the mere fact that they provide protection in prisons, both from guards and from other prison gangs. Fifth, you have coercion. So, for example, kidnapping or trafficking, as talked about previously, where you are coerced into joining an insurgency. And then maybe it is just the case that there are material motives that push you to do this. So a large amount of insurgency joiners are unemployed, uneducated young men who have a very low opportunity cost to joining insurgencies, i.e. you do not have employment, you don't have a lot of upwards mobility, but you have high potential gains. So you could become a warlord, for example, who has the capacity to own and control very lucrative mines or things like this that bring in lots of money. And it isn't even just that, it's just the loot, for example, that you get in combat from taking over a place and being able to take the materials that that place had for your own resources and to siphon some of that off the top. That said, leaving insurgencies is quite difficult. There are at least 3 reasons for this. The first is just fear of punishment. This is obviously like the primary reason. Insurgencies have strong incentives, well, maybe not the primary reason, but the most obvious reason. Insurgencies have very strong incentives to make it so that you are afraid of leaving the insurgency, of informing the state on the insurgency. And so they do things like really highly publicized executions of, for example, individuals who have left the insurgency. And this sort of thing, even if you, for example, are a part of an insurgency where 1 out of maybe 50 individuals who leave go punished, the fact that they have highly publicized these things creates an effect wherein you fear it very deeply. So similar to the way that we have a drastic overestimation of the amount of plane crashes that happen, at least implicitly in our minds, in the same way, if you have seen people leave and be horrendously tortured at the hands of the insurgency afterwards, you fear that a lot happening to you, even if it is very unlikely. Second, though, there is just a lot of social entanglement that often happens. So insurgencies recruit large numbers from the same community. And as a result, if you leave the insurgency, you face the real possibility of being stigmatized by your outside group, by your family members, by the members of your community, and so on. Third, you might just fear non-insurgency retaliation. So it's difficult for a government to tell which individual is a part of an insurgency or was a part of an insurgency. You might be tortured by the government at the point that they realize that you were previously a part of the insurgency and want to gain information out of you. This one is somewhat non-comparative because oftentimes governments do engage in collective retaliation, but it is the case that you might fear this quite legitimately. You might be afraid of what the government will do to you at the point that you leave, that you have given up the protection that you have inside of the insurgency from the government. Let's then talk about Sahel region insurgencies. Similar disclaimer to the Ukraine material, this material is dated towards the end of 2025 and might be out of date at this point. So, quick timeline. In 2012, Mali was overrun by Tuareg rebels, which effectively ignited the large amount of violence and conflict and coups and insurgency efforts that have happened in the region since. In 2012, at the same time, an insurgency in Nigeria, led by Boko Haram, began to spread to nearby countries. By 2015, Mali's war had spread to Burkina Faso and also to Niger. In 2015, the Islamic State of the Greater Sahara, or ISGS, which is an important key player we'll continue to talk about throughout this, emerged. In 2017, a number of loose al-Qaeda affiliates emerged to form JNIM, or Jama'at Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin. probably horribly mispronounced that, but that's okay. This and ISTS are the two that we're going to focus on. In February of 2017, France and the Group of Five for Sahel, so Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania, and Niger, announced the creation of the G5 Sahel Force, a 5,000 troops strong counterterrorism force aimed at fighting militant groups. By 2020, France had deployed 5,100 troops supported by 15,000 UN peacekeepers from around the world. In February of 2022, France and its European allies began to withdraw all troops from Mali. In response, attacks heightened as a result of the created security vacuum. In June 2023, Mali's government demanded the departure of MINUSMA, the UN-headed force, and the UN agreed to withdraw this force within 6 months. In 2025, insurgents spread south and west towards Côte d'Ivoire. A wave of coups occurred throughout the region due to popular dissatisfaction with various governments' incapacity to handle the crisis. So, for example, Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali, Mauritania, and Niger experienced a combined 25 successful coups between 1960 and 2022, many of them happening pretty close to the end of that spectrum, and we've seen more since. The majority of the violence and humanitarian disaster occurs in the Liptako-Gourma and Lake Chad Basin subregions, which are largely regions that are outside of state auspices. The last decade of conflict has displaced around 2.6 million people in the Liptako-Gourma and 2.8 million in the Lake Chad Basin, also creating a pretty severe refugee crisis in neighboring countries. Let's go over a few key trends in Sahel insurgencies. First is the regionalization and geographic expansion of the insurgencies. Insurgency that began in northern Mali in 2012 spread steadily across borders into Niger in 2013 and onwards, Burkina Faso from 2015 onwards, Côte d'Ivoire from 2016 onwards, and Benin and Togo from 2022 to 2024. It also expanded a little bit to northwest and north-central Nigeria in 2019 and forward. Second important note is the consolidation and fragmentation of various jihadist insurgent groups. So AQIM and a number of other al-Qaeda affiliates merged to become JNIM in 2017, at which point JNIM became the dominant al-Qaeda umbrella force across Mali, Burkina, and Niger. At the same time, ISGS consolidated power and escalated rather sharply. Violence increases for at least two reasons here. First, just the centralization of insurgent powers allowed for shifts from hit-and-run attacks to large-scale, conventional-style assaults on bases, as well as increasing indiscriminate violence. Second, consolidation also caused splinter groups that fought against parent groups, i.e. because they did not want to become consolidated, quite violently, because often these were intensely heated principal existential differences. Third, as individual groups grew more powerful, as long as there was still competing insurgent groups, those groups no longer faced a constrained situation in which they barely had resources to fend off state attacks on them, so they gained more and more resources that could be then used to engage in territorial wars with competing insurgencies. The third trend is the intensification of attacks and the shift to high mass casualty operations. Most attacks prior to 2015 and 2016 were hotel and urban attacks. In 2017, there was a shift towards rural massacres. Since then, attacks have pivoted towards mass soldier casualties. Fourth, the increase in targeting of peacekeepers, of foreign forces, and of international actors, MINUSMA, I don't know how you're supposed to say it, I've only seen it written out, was repeatedly targeted from 2015 onward. French Barkhane forces suffered sustained attrition, so IEDs, ambushes, and so on. Abductions and killings of foreign aid workers have also escalated. There's a strong incentive to systematically undermine foreign military presence, to erode state capacity and international stabilization efforts to keep your monopoly power over aid and welfare provision and prevent other actors from gaining that capacity to service the individuals that are supposed to be under your control and your territory allegiant to you. Fifth, between 2018 and now, Burkina Faso transformed from relatively peaceful to the epicenter of Sahel insurgencies. Explosive violence began in 2019 with massacres, village annihilation, destruction of gold convoys, and repeated overruns of military posts. The state retreated to cities, specifically primarily the capital, while rural areas fell under JNIM and ISGS control. Violence surpassed Mali and Niger by 2024. In sixth, There has been an increasing use of ethnic militias and communal violence. Fulani communities have been repeatedly targeted by militias, resulting in retaliatory cycles and massacres, and the conflict has slowly shifted from purely insurgent versus state to insurgent to state to militia triangular conflict. The Malian army, Burkinabe forces, and Nigerian units have also been implicated in the mass killings of civilians, often conducted jointly with Wagner or Afrika Korps, as security forces increasingly rely on collective punishment and irregular violence, which subsequently amplifies recruitment into insurgent groups. Seventh, this is very recent, but non-jihadist rebellions are regaining momentum, so military regimes are prioritizing counter-jihadist operations, which leaves northern governance quite hollow, and so Tuareg and Taboo elites use rebellion to protect their autonomy and secure their resources. State withdrawals from northern zones creates ungoverned spaces. Wagner's conduct, for example, reprisal killings, ethnic targeting, seizure of local authority, alienates communities and pushes local armed groups back into rebellion as a way of self-defense and a way of political resistance. The eighth thing that is very worth mentioning is just French and UN withdrawal of their troops. Ninth, there has been southward expansion into coastal West Africa. Since 2020, JNIM has attacked Benin, Togo, and Côte d'Ivoire. Why is this happening? For one, in Burkina Faso, conflict density is extremely high. JNIM faces both ISGS and really heavy state repression. Expanding south provides new recruitment pools, which have been heavily depleted in the north, and easier access to forests, which, if you want, there's a section in the matter file that I have on conflict about why insurgencies rely on forests pretty extensively. It also is just a sparsely governed border zone, which makes it fairly easy to engage in state capture there. By state capture, I don't mean capturing the state, but like capturing the state apparatus, the capacity to govern. Second, coastal states have weaker rural security architectures, so this is kind of implicit in what I just said. Benin and Togo historically oriented militaries towards regime protection, so for example, strong military outposts in coastal capitals, not counterinsurgency. Border districts, as a result, lack intelligence networks, patrol regularity, local militias or auxiliaries, and any amount of administrative oversight. Third, coastal infiltration is economically lucrative. It improves access to Gulf of Guinea ports and economies, which allows diversification of revenue streams. So, for example, you can export timber, you can take advantage of transit taxes, you can take advantage of unopened kidnapping markets, and so on. Second, though, it means that you have potential infiltration of port logistics, which allows for smuggling, which is very useful. Third, it just means that you can strategically position yourself near major coastal cities without immediately provoking state collapse in those areas. And fourth reason as to why the southward expansion is happening in general is just that Fulani pastoral networks extend very smoothly from Mali to Burkina Faso to northern Benin and Togo, allowing JNIM operatives to embed themselves without really large amounts of detection. Let's then talk a little bit more about JNIM. By 2013 to 2016, there were 4 major jihadist structures operating in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. I'm not going to say their names because I'll give it a shot. So you had AQIM, you had Ansardain, you had Katiba Masina, which was a Fulani-rooted insurgency in central Mali, and then you had Al-Mourabitoun. Each faction had distinct constituencies, distinct geographies, and distinct operational styles. So, for example, whether or not they were governance, or whether or not they were oriented towards governance or high-impact terrorism. What they lacked was unity, but unity quickly became a strategic necessity for at least 2 reasons. The first was just France's Operation Serval/Barkhane targeted jihadists individually, so fragmented jihadist groups were just easier targets, whereas a merged organization is way harder for intuitive reasons to dislodge. Second, though, ISGS's rise just created a very competitive threat. ISGS was gaining momentum. Al-Qaeda's factions, as a result, needed to consolidate or risk losing fighters to the ISIS brand. In March 2017, the 4 groups formally merged under one banner, or JNIM. Unification had a number of effects. The first was that it solved the fragmentation problem, so shared leadership meant consistent strategy, shared branding meant global prestige, and shared logistics meant a greater operational scale. Second, it allowed JNIM to operate across ethnic lines, utilizing Tuareg networks, Fulani networks, Arab trading networks, and Fulani agro-pastoral networks. Third, it created a pan-Sahel jihadist governance project. So unlike ISGS's rather scorched earth approach, JNIM primarily focused on building legitimacy by mediating local disputes, by doing things like punishing thieves, enforcing predictable rules, protecting herders' movement across borders and across regions. JNIM, resultantly, gets a large portion of its legitimacy by being less bad than alternatives, i.e. the state and ISGS. JNIM further expanded by inserting itself into existing social and ethnic disputes. So, for one, Fulani-Dogon tensions in central Mali. Dogon militias targeted Fulani civilians as jihadist sympathizers, quote-unquote. State forces often treated Fulani communities as inherently suspect. JNIM stepped in as defenders of marginalized Fulani groups, creating a mass recruitment base. Second, Tuareg rivalries in northern Mali. JNIM brokered deals with local Tuareg power brokers, which allowed JNIM to operate in Tuareg country without really being seen as like a foreign imposition. Third, JNIM just used Sharia courts as political leverage. In areas where the state was absent, they became court, police, tax collector, and enforcer, allowing those places to operate with some level of regularity. Importantly, all of this means, as mentioned, that JNIM's comparative advantage is in governance, the ability to do things like mediate. And this requires intimate trust with the mediated groups and also the ability to enforce the impositions that are placed on them. So those are two things that are defining of their incentives. By 2020, JNIM was embedded as an authority structure. As a result, most JNIM violence is rather calibrated. It avoids indiscriminate massacres, mass executions without justification, or particularly excessive brutality that alienates communities. That is not to say that they do not kill civilians. They do kill civilians, but they do so selectively and with narrative control over it. Only in instances where they can do those things. JNIM primarily needs informants, they need safe passage, they need local understanding, they need the capacity to enforce taxation. ISGS, comparatively, as we'll talk about in a second, more pursues brutal repression as their primary mechanism of choice for maintaining control. Also resultantly, state brutality is one of the primary accelerants of JNIM's growth. This is because any time that the Malian army, for example, massacres Fulani, or the Burkinabe military kills civilians, JNIM responds with propaganda that frames itself as the avenger and offers protection to the affected communities. JNIM's power today stems from being better at state functions effectively than the state itself in many rural and ungoverned or peripheral regions. It provides things like cheap, fast, and predictable justice for land issues, for herding corridors, for theft cases, or for interfamily disputes. It regulates which trucks can pass, which taxes on goods are placed, the prices of market items, and protection for compliant traders, and all of these sorts of governance things. ISGS, on the other hand, let's talk more about ISGS. So, roughly in 2012, MUJWA, or the Movement for Openness and Jihad in West Africa, broke from AQIM and developed its own fighters, its own logistics, its own smuggling ties, and its own networks. These networks became the substrate from which ISGS would later form. The leader of ISGS, previously the leader of MUJWA, pledged allegiance to ISIS in May 2015. In October 2016, ISIS recognized ISGS, and recognition effectively gave the group, 1, legitimacy in being the official Islamic State province, 2, recruitment options, funding routes, and arms packages from a greater network, and 3rd, just global media attention and a global media platform which amplified their prestige. ISGS quickly rose, primarily because it operated where states were the weakest. So, for example, the Mali-Niger-Burkina tri-border zone called the Taka Gorma. What enabled this? First, Mali's army withdrew after 2012 and never re-established control. Niger and Burkina Faso had limited presence in border communities. Fulani and Tuareg communities were left marginalized and unprotected. ISGS was able to capitalize on Fulani herder grievances against Tuareg groups and state forces, as well as anger over abuse by militaries and ethnic militias. Second, though, ISGS fighters were just desert veterans. They exploited access to smuggling trails and intimate familiarity with the borderlands. ISGS grew rather bombastically, making game-changing shock attacks which bolstered their credibility. So, for example, the Tongo Tongo ambush of October 2017, which killed US and Nigerian soldiers, attracting global attention. As a result of these sorts of things, recruitment surged, success bred followers, as multiple jihadist insurgencies contested for similar recruitment pools, as you mentioned, for example, also trying to act as protectorates of Fulani groups, fighters tended to opt to join the winners, not stagnating groups like AQIM. Success also meant enormous quantities of weapons. Overrunning military positions gave them pickups, heavy machine guns, mortars, ammunitions, motorcycles, AVs, and also, importantly, hardened soldiers who had become battle-hardened from the fact that they had participated in successful strategic missions. ISIS media elevated ISGS attacks, massively amplifying their perceived strength in the region. As al-Qaeda's JNIM expanded deeper into central Mali and Burkina Faso, ISGS began to compete. So ISGS escalated brutality and territorial ambition, committing mass killings of Tuareg civilians in the Menaka region, for example, systematic attacks on villages that were seen as supporting JNIM, and attempting to impose ISIS-style rule, for example, taxation, executions, purges. These did two things for ISGS simultaneously. The first is that it accelerated ISGS's territorial consolidation by eliminating or displacing entire communities and creating zones of uncontested control. But second, in addition to that, displacement also created ungoverned spaces, which jihadists exploit more easily than intact communities. By 2022, ISGS had enough fighters, weapons, territory, revenue streams, and propaganda to operate as a proto-state authority in parts of eastern Mali, Niger, and northern Burkina Faso. Governance functions emerged, so for example, taxing markets, regulating grazing movements, enforcing judicial decisions, this sort of thing. The tempo of mass killings in core zones, i.e. areas where there was established control, was reduced. Weekly markets were reopened to sustain trade and supply lines, and hardline Sharia law was enforced. Long-tenured commanders in key zones have somewhat built up personal followings, creating semi-autonomous factions with their own interests. There are growing tensions between some of these factions, worth flagging. At the same time as JNIM and ISGS grew exponentially, states in the region degraded. A number of reasons why. The first is just that Malian military fragmentation and coups happened, so in 2020 and 2021, and these meant internal dysfunction that weakened coordination and offensive capacity. Second, the withdrawal of French forces in 2022 through 2023 meant that the primary actor consistently degrading ISGS and JNIM leadership effectively was no longer in the region. Third, the expulsion of MINUSMA in 2023 further reduced surveillance and deterrence. Let's talk then about ISGS and JNIM cooperation and competition. Especially before the relationship soured, which was roughly pre-2019, there were very strong incentives to avoid fighting each other and even to coordinate. Very early on, ISGS and al-Qaeda-linked fighters sometimes fought side by side or operated in proximity without clashing, particularly in the Menaka or western Niger or northeastern Burkina Faso corridor. Field reports describe what some analysts call the Sahelian anomaly. So unlike in Syria or Iraq, al-Qaeda and ISIS in the Sahel did not immediately enter a fratricidal war, but often deconflicted and coexisted. Why was this? First was that both prioritized fighting Sahelian armies, so Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, and foreign forces. Given limited manpower, it makes sense to preserve resources for state targets rather than burning them up in intergroup conflict. Both stand to benefit from creating ungoverned spaces that the state cannot re-enter, though this sets the stage for what is future competition over those ungoverned spaces. Second, fighters move through overlapping kinship, clan, and smuggling networks, so killing fellow mujahideen, who may be cousins or ex-comrades, is socially costly and can fracture local alliances. Over time, the relationship in many areas shifted into outright turf war. Why? There are a couple of specky reasons here. So, for example, ISGS's recruitment strategy tapped into ethnic and pastoralist grievances, local community conflicts, and state neglect in the tri-border zone. And as ISGS grew, it, as a result, absorbed marginalized JNIM units, creating suspicion and resentment. But in terms of the sort of generalizable ones, for one, competition for territory and taxation kicked in. Both wanted the same things in core zones. They wanted villages that provide fighters, they wanted food and shelter, they wanted intelligence, and they also wanted corridors that enabled taxation or extortion of transport as well as control over smuggling and cattle routes. So these things become lotuses for competition. Second, when two groups compete for recruits, community allegiance, and these sorts of things, they have a direct incentive to outbid each other, to do ever more violent atrocities against each other. Even if JNIM uses governance framing, it still has to maintain its operational prestige and the fear that it inspires in others, which means persistent attacks or counterattacks. And third, competition just existed to impress global headquarters, so these gave the two incentives to do things like spectacular attacks with high body counts. Let's then talk about Wagner/Afrika Korps involvement. In 2021, Mali's junta invites Wagner after the French announce a drawdown. Wagner deploys roughly 1,000 operatives in central and northern Mali and establishes key bases in Bamako and Mopti and Gao in Timbuktu and in Menaka. In 2022, between 2022 and 2023, Wagner forces became the de facto security partner of Mali. French forces withdrew entirely in August of 2022. In 2023 through 2024, Wagner supported Burkina Faso indirectly, i.e. Burkina Faso was cooperating with Russia for weapons, drones, and advisors. Between 2023 and 2025, we get the post-Prigozhin restructuring wherein Wagner is formally absorbed and rebranded into the Russian Ministry of Defense's Africa Corps. Operations continue in Mali, but with more rigid command structure and far less autonomy. What drives Wagner/Africa Corps involvement? For one, obviously, displacing Western influence. The Sahel has historically been France's largest military footprint in Africa. By supporting juntas that are hostile to Paris, Russia erodes France's regional leadership and weakens EU/US counterterror operations, granting Russia a major geopolitical win at very minimal cost in comparison to things like Syria or Ukraine. Second, in backing the juntas in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, Russia gains UN voting allies as well as access rights to airspace, to bases, to mining zones. Mineral revenue streams are a major motivator here, as Mali and Burkina Faso are very rich in gold and rare earths, which are becoming increasingly politicized. This revenue supports Russia's state budget, Wagner operations elsewhere, and sanctions evasion networks. The Sahel includes some of the least regulated gold-producing regions on Earth, which is ideal for Russia's covert extraction necessities. Third, Sahel control means Russia can establish military basing options on NATO's southern flank, a region that Russia could not touch before without moving through NATO's eastern flank, which acts as a very important logistics and security staging point, as well as a counterbalance to US bases in Niger. Fourth, battles in Mali allow Wagner to display drones, to display air support packages, armored convoys, and strike capacities. The image of competence does legitimately matter for recruitment and contracts elsewhere, and obviously the competence in Ukraine or Syria is not as clear as it is here, for example. The Africa Corps is subdivided into theater nodes, each with semi-autonomous command elements. So you have Mali Command, you have Burkina Faso Command, you have Central African Republic, which is a legacy Wagner node, which provides manpower, training, and logistics pipelines for Sahel operations. Also, it functions as a recruitment place. And then you have the Libya or Eastern Libya node, which provides aircraft, heavy weapons, technical specialists, and routes for deployment into the Sahel. Tactical command and control is often quite fluid and sometimes very chaotic. At the bottom level, the following constraints exist. For one, the Wagner or Africa Corps are very reliant on local auxiliary forces, which introduces very inconsistent discipline. Second, though, mixed teams, so for example, Russians and also the Malian armed forces, struggle with language, coordination, and sometimes friendly fire. Third, tactical command and control is often delegated to local militias with very minimal oversight. This fluidity contributes to very large-scale civilian massacres, retaliatory raids, poor intel processing, and a number of tactical problems that occur throughout the region. Why have governments shifted more towards the Wagner Group? The first reason is conditionless support. So the Wagner Group, unlike Western groups, does not condition military aid on things like human rights conditions. It deploys very quickly with fewer bureaucratic restraints in the way. It is less watched over, and the state behind it doesn't have principled priorities, so these are all advantages that the Wagner Group has that French forces or UN forces, for example, do not. Sahel militaries want a party that is willing to conduct massacres, to do collective punishment, to use torture and assassinations, to ignore human rights norms, and to fight militias and rebels with very extreme force, which Western partners refuse to do. Second, there is a change of primary interest from counterinsurgency to just surviving as a regime. Juntas on the edge of collapse, think Burkina Faso's, where they are constrained to urban centers with no real governance in rural areas, literally basically constrained to capital operations. They wish to protect their capital, they wish to protect guard leadership, they wish to crush coup attempts, and to control political rivals. Other partners, for example France, the UN, or the African Union, have never been willing to grant regime insurance. Let's then talk quickly about private military corporations. Why might PMCs be preferable to using public militaries? One rather intuitive reason is that people opt in to working for them, whereas oftentimes public militaries use a draft system that coerces people into forcefully joining them. Second, you can argue that they are far less likely to do things like commit war abuses because, for one, they hire battle-hardened veterans who do not undergo the sort of deeply overstimulating sensory experience that is being on an actual battlefield for the first time. They have experience, they have the capacity to reason in
very overstimulating scenarios, and so on. But second, there are also just shareholder incentives. So insofar as private military companies are ones that are owned on the private market, or the public market, either, it just means that shareholders, i.e. the people who hold value in the company, that decide whether or not it is valuated quite highly or lowly, their incentives matter for the choices that the company makes. So you want to do things like avoid the worst abuses, which will probably get people to pull out their capital from you. Why might PMCs be unpreferable to using public militaries? For one, they have a strong incentive for show. That is, like, if you are investing in one of these companies, you probably don't care that much about particularly moral things. You care about weapons being efficient, able to do lots and lots of damage, and as a result, be sold more on markets. And so you have an incentive to show off those weapons, to do maybe mass atrocities using them, and so on. Second, there is just a race to the bottom, that is, in which ones are hired. So states have the incentive to pay the highest price for the PMC that has the least constraints on its action. So they are most willing to buy PMCs which are morally unridden, and as a result, PMCs bid themselves in that direction to get people to buy them, to use them. Just to be clear, the Africa Corps is not a PMC. It is a mercenary group. PMCs and mercenary groups have lots of overlap, but for example, the Africa Corps is not listed on markets, and so there is no sort of stakeholder incentive. Let's talk a little bit about counterinsurgencies. Insurgencies employ many strategies that make proper counterinsurgency tactics quite difficult to implement. Growing in secrecy, blending in with civilian populations, choosing difficult terrain as areas to locate their headquarters, which A, decreases the capacity for overhead strikes, B, reduces the strategic value of the most high-value weaponry, e.g. tanks and armored vehicles, C, increases the difficulty of getting good image intelligence, and D, complicates military logistics, making it more difficult to do things like resupply or rotate troops. There are two broad ways of going about kinetic counterinsurgency. The first is population-centric counterinsurgency, which posits that the primary objective should be ensuring the well-being of the civilian population, i.e. deploy force as rarely as possible, risk your life to safeguard civilians, and prioritize resource allocation towards protecting civilian areas rather than launching offensive operations. This is all with the goal of stopping civilians informing and providing resources to insurgencies and guiding that support towards you instead. Given the difficulty of distinguishing between enemies and civilians, enemy-centric counterinsurgency tactics are quite likely to create recruitment opportunities for insurgencies, both by vindicating insurgent propaganda and also by increasing the necessity of protection from the state. Enemy-centric counterinsurgency, or ECOIN, posits that the primary objective should be degrading and defeating insurgent militants, that the focus of counterinsurgency should be raiding strongholds, bombing supply lines, and so on. This is because, for one, killing insurgents acts as a serious deterrent, so it is worth mentioning that insurgencies suffer from the same collective action problem that, for example, revolutions do, wherein if you join an insurgency, you are probably going to receive the state violence that accompanies that, but it's not clear that your contribution to the insurgency will help out the insurgency particularly meaningfully. Second, enemy-centric counterinsurgency bleeds insurgencies dry, i.e. it wastes their resources. If you can refuel and resupply faster than your opponents can, well, it makes sense to do things that would bleed their materials dry. And third, enemy-centric counterinsurgency just increases the cost of war, which if those costs get too high, then civilians will stop supporting the insurgency. So states often, unfortunately, resort to collective punishment, for one, because it is quite difficult to tell who is involved in an insurgency and who is not, because again, they blend into civilian populations, often strategically, often just by happenstance. Second, strikes, for example, airstrikes, just do collateral damage. They catch people in the crossfire in a way that ends up killing civilians, collectively punishing people who are around the insurgent forces, even if you have good intel on where exactly to target. Third, those around are feared to turn into the insurgency. So this creates the rebel dilemma, wherein if you, say for example, bomb a particular place, or maybe one apartment complex that you think that insurgents are in, well, everyone around that is now presumably going to be vitalized in joining the insurgency by the fact that the state has effectively done a considerable amount of very noticeable damage to them. And so as a result, given that you are afraid of this effect kicking in, and also just the fact that if you know where an insurgency like headquarters operates, it is probably the case that local civilians are giving aid to the insurgency. Well, you do things like try and attack everyone in the area indiscriminately instead of focusing on just insurgent forces. And the fourth is just that if you do particularly horrible amounts of damage, well, you get the equine effect, wherein you increase the cost of war such that people are unwilling to support the insurgency in the first place. Or that's how theory would go about it. Why do the existing military juntas in the Sahel want unreserved action against insurgent forces? The first reason is just state weakness makes population-centric counterinsurgency pretty impossible. Sahel militaries lack manpower, they lack training, they lack logistics, and they lack information. They cannot secure rural areas, they cannot maintain bases, they cannot do things like provide basic governance capacity. Counterintuitively, population-centric counterinsurgency often requires far more military force, especially against particularly strong insurgent forces. Militaries need to do things like seize control of areas and provide legitimate governance and resources, which requires strict military control in the face of chaos. Comparatively, enemy-centric counterinsurgency requires considerably less military force. It requires enough power to hollow out insurgent areas, but it doesn't require the additional power needed to control and effectively govern them afterwards. Second, poor intelligence. Second reason as to why state weakness makes population-centric counterinsurgency quite difficult is just that poor intelligence means that they often cannot distinguish between fighters, whether or not a fighter is a civilian or not. Militaries then, as a result, favor heavy-handed tactics to hedge against uncertainty for rather understandable reasons. Third, lacking legitimacy just means that juntas do not have the trust, the community collaboration, or the accountable governance, which are all necessities for population-centric strategies. Second reason as to why military juntas in charge right now want unreserved action against insurgent forces. Regime protection requires extra legal coercion, so arbitrary detention, night raids, targeted killings, deterrence by torture, and extreme atrocities. These are only things that unreserved forces are going to be willing to provide. Third, retaliatory violence is just incentivized. Militaries rely on irregular militias, comprised in large part of ethnic groups that have been systematically wronged by insurgents and who wish to pursue revenge. High military casualty levels generate pressure for visible retaliation, where dozens or hundreds of soldiers die in a single ambush. The state now sees it as a necessity for retaliatory violence. Fourth, unrestrained actors promise much quicker and more visible results, even if those results are unsustainable in the end. They advertise decisive force and rapid retaliation, which appeals to juntas that must demonstrate progress within months or rather than years, or run the risk of getting couped. Fifth, Sahel militaries often conflate insurgency with enemy populations. Fulani communities are ethnically profiled to be pro-jihad. Displacing civilians is often seen as a way to deny insurgents sanctuary. The Wagner mode just does fit with this perception. Why did international interventions previously so frequently fail? First, international actors entered the Sahel with a very incorrect conceptual model. That is, international frameworks often treat large parts of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso as ungoverned spaces, but these spaces are governed. They're just governed in the form of local elites, chiefs, mayors, or customary authorities, violent entrepreneurs such as Tuareg commanders, smugglers, and militia bosses, insurgent groups who administer justice, taxation, and security, or state agents, but only sporadically and frequently in predatory form. Interventions then fail because they try to expand the reach of a state that communities perceive as abusive or corrupt. So, for example, when EU/UN/French training strengthens state security forces without changing the accountability structures in those security forces, what it does is it increases the very abuses that push communities towards JNIM or ISGS, because it increases the capacity to coerce those communities. This is why, for example, across central Mali, communities frequently preferred Katiba Masina's courts to the state's justice system because jihadist courts were faster and less corrupt than the states. Oftentimes in the process, they empower militias to continue cycles of abuse. So, for example, French counterterrorism often empowered Mali-in-favored militias, which alienated Fulani communities and created resentment and recruitment windfalls for ISGS. Second, interventions frame jihadists as foreign, as ideologically driven, as disconnected from local communities, but it is just the fact that ISGS and JNIM are locally constituted and very integrated into social, economic, and kinship structures. They thrive because they tap into things like pastoral grievances and local trade routes. Kinetic operations kill fighters, but what they do as well is contribute to the local legitimacy structure that keeps replenishing insurgents' ranks.
Third, interventions over-militarize a crisis whose drivers are political and economic. International actors prioritize things like counterterrorism, but insurgency growth is tied overwhelmingly to governance failure. Local conflicts over land, water, and mobility are things that drive people to resolve their disputes via these insurgent groups. State corruption and predation, inter-ethnic disputes, and illicit economies all drive folks towards the insurgents in the area. Not only does this lack of structural solvency leave lackluster results, but international interventions empower the military's coercive arm while leaving the economic, justice, and governance components of local governments very weak. This is part of why Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have all experienced coup cascades, because military institutions grew far more politically powerful than the civilian institutions. Fourth, interventions assume that the state is coherent, that it shares their objectives, that it wants to govern its peripheries, and that it is reformable through technocratic programs. Unfortunately, many of the states in the region are highly patrimonial. That is, power flows through personal networks. They're also fragmented. So, for example, security forces, elites, ethnic factions, and local authorities all have divergent agendas, and they're self-preserving, so they do things like prioritize elite survival over national stability. External resources then strengthen factional struggles and incentivize structures inside the state rather than building the capacity for the state to govern stably. Resultantly, state authority often decays further and insurgents become more attractive as governance alternatives. So, for example, when French forces trained the Malian army, it didn't produce a unified force. Instead, it produced competing networks that later staged successive coups in 2020 and 2021. Fifth, when interventions fail, it is often quite horrible. This is because, for one, insurgent actors are incentivized to take extremely violent measures in the ensuing power vacuum so as to gain first-mover advantages against competing insurgent forces and to deal damage to the newly vulnerable state. Second, interventions rarely address structural causes, rather they simply freeze local conflicts, imposing stability on contested zones. Once they withdraw, these tensions then resurface rather explosively, i.e. the individual with the power advantage in the conflict takes advantage of the fact that state forces are no longer there to keep it frozen. Third, usage of foreign intelligence surveillance, reconnaissance, airstrikes, logistics, and planning creates a security dependency, and when that vanishes, the state loses situational awareness overnight, so things like mapping threat analysis and early warning systems that are necessary to sustain counterinsurgent actions. Logistical shock then cripples state operations as armies accustomed to foreign medevac, fuel, airlift, and maintenance struggle to conduct their very basic capacities. Fourth, once the intervention ends, militaries fight internally for power, creating windows that can be exploited by insurgents and worsening violence. And fifth, interventionist participation in the economy disappears, giving insurgents further ends to exploit and provide service to. Let's then talk about juntas a little bit more. Military juntas in the Sahel broadly take 5 approaches to counterinsurgency. These are often pursued simultaneously and rather incoherently. Why is that? The first reason is just because there are lacking command and control systems, which mean that when juntas take one step, that action is communicated with significant delay. The result is often contradicting, redundant, or counterintuitive actions. Second, even when information is good, juntas themselves are often fractured with internal fractions, which each have their own vision for what counterinsurgency should look like and operate on their own accord. What are the 5 strategies that are primarily used? First is just negotiation with insurgents. Second is crackdowns characterized by high civilian casualties. Third is outsourcing violence to Wagner and the VDP militias. And fourth is air power, often imprecise and often an indiscriminate force. And fifth is just ignoring certain conflict zones, most notably Menaka, effectively ceding territory to ISTS and JNIM. Okay, finally I want to talk about cartels. Cartels are weirdly similar to insurgencies. Some cartels, CJNG for example, are amongst the most well-armed groups in the world. How did they get so well-armed? Metric shit tons of US/USSR weapons, both local and in global black markets, as a result of USSR proxy arming. But also, weapons suppliers frequently are willing to do shell corporation deals with these entities. But also, weapons can be just seized illegally, for example, through taking over a government military base. But whereas insurgencies often employ top-down violence, i.e. instructed from higher orders of command, cartels, and that's not totally true because most insurgencies do not have the capacity to enforce levels of violence at the rate that they actually want to. But cartels generally rely primarily on bottom-up violence. So individual street grunts, for example, deciding when to do violent acts to coerce those under them. Additionally, Cartels are just far more powerful naturally. They have a lucrative good, i.e. drugs, that gives them large sums of money that they do not really have to fight for because the state is unwilling to participate in those markets. Notably, most cartels don't just do drug stuff, they also engage in general smuggling, and so changes in what is legal in markets will affect their choices pretty significantly. And the third difference is just that they are very dependent on transport routes. So insurgencies often are somewhat dependent on transport routes, for example, the ability to resupply from a particular base. But cartels need plazas, they need ports to have the capacity to smuggle their goods to overseas markets or to markets elsewhere in a way that makes them quite seriously dependent on geographical hotspots. I will not do justice a workshop by Amitai, so I've attached that as supplemental, as well as a brief by Ryan Lafferty on drug cartels. Both of those are really good sources on this very interesting topic.
This workshop is going to focus primarily on US-China relations. We'll start with China's side of things because we've, to an extent, already covered a lot of stuff regarding the US. There is an argument to be made that there are other great powers that exist. See, for example, Russia. Broadly, sure, I don't really care about the semantics of whether or not Russia is considered a great power. For the sake of debate, the most important and influential diplomatic and otherwise relationship that you are ever going to need to examine happens to be the US and China. So I'm going to focus on that. Let's then talk about China's rise. A main note I want to focus on here is China's industrial strategy. China's economy is very complicated, and it is something that I will devote a future workshop to, but there are two important notes I want to go over now. The first is just that the Chinese economy is very production-oriented, so Chinese financial vehicles and the state oversupply credit to and policy for producers and investors, and they undersupply those things for households, making it so, for example, there is not all that much upwards pressure on wages within China because unions have a very hard time getting off the ground unless they are effectively state-operated and co-opted, and given that the state doesn't want the unions to be able to bargain for considerable, say, wage increases, it is just quite difficult to build yourself up as collective workers in China. The result of all of this is severe domestic overcapacity. China, as a result, that is to say, that China is creating far more products than can sell off of the shelves of Chinese stores. China, as a result, needs to export to markets abroad, as without this, China would likely experience considerable deflation and domestic firms would go under or suffer financially quite extensively. There is a problem here, though. Chinese firms either operate on soft budget constraints, i.e. the CCP will bail them out because of their strategic importance, direct subsidization at the hands of the CCP, or they just grew up in such a deeply competitive market that only firms which could reduce costs the most made it out, often all three at once. How does that work together? It feels as though if the CCP is subsidizing firms, that is anti-competitive behavior, and it would drive firms to be less competitive in global markets. Weirdly enough, the flip of this is true. So if you have a flat subsidy, for example, for all firms that engage in producing a certain product, what that does is it decreases the cost to entry in the market. And so while it also subsidizes the end result, the companies that make the most profit, the ones that accumulate over time, get larger, absorb others, are the ones who are able to cut costs the most because they're actually facing such a deeply competitive cost pushing down, or price of end productive good pushing down field, because there are so many firms that are able to enter the market because barriers to entry are effectively non-existent given state subsidization of the manufacturing process. Anyway, the result of all of this is that Chinese multinationals almost inevitably outcompete rival firms abroad, making Chinese entry into domestic markets a life-threatening threat for domestic firms. See, for example, the large number of textile jobs lost in recent years due to Chinese textile exports. Second note, China's industrial flywheel effect. Chinese industry, compared to the US, is much less flimsy and fragile. Why is this? Well, the US has primarily focused industrial capabilities on the most advanced things, so, for example, high-value military equipment like cutting-edge fighter jets. China has built out a strong industrial base, creating and, importantly, maintaining the capacity to produce previous goods at scale. What do I mean? Electric vehicles are rather illuminating here. China's electric vehicle industry was built on a range of pre-existing capacities. So, for example, lithium batteries for consumer products, a very large domestic automobile manufacturing sector. But even before those, the precursory raw inputs and parts are in large part extracted and produced at home. And these capacities precede the domestic electric vehicle industry. The domestic electric vehicle industry being effectively an outgrowth of those capacities. This is China's rough strategy: build up a strong industrial commons, a pool of productive capacity which undergirds further innovations, and maintaining domestic capacity at every stage possible. The US, comparatively, is now hastily working to build up that precursory capacity, but it's somewhat of an afterthought, and it's quite difficult to do in the way that we're going about it. That is, a somewhat backwards approach where we build up the precursors after the secondary sector is developed. So, for example, when it comes to electric vehicles, we do have a domestic lithium battery productive capacity, but that industry was developed broadly in response to the fact that we wanted to build up independence from China in the field. And when it comes to EVs, we do have a domestic lithium battery productive capacity, but the capacity has produced only around 70 gigawatt hours of storage space so far, whereas China's lithium battery capacity exceeds 2 terawatt hours, or 2,000 gigawatt hours. And US lithium capacity is largely reliant on foreign imports of lithium. And to be clear, it isn't just that manufactured projects where China pursues this strategy. So, for example, with regards to synthetic biology, China's development of a local biotech manufacturing base poises it to become a leading force in the field, that is, both pharmaceutical and non-pharmaceutical biotech discoveries. And these things compound. So electric vehicle development, for example, pushes LiDAR development, which pushes automation, which pushes better and better electric vehicle development, and it spills over as well to other sectors. The result of this is a series of interlocking innovation flywheels, wherein technical advances within one sector feed into technical advances in another. Second, let's talk about the BRI. The BRI is the Belt and Road Initiative, is China's bid for outsized economic influence. It consists primarily of building large infrastructure projects for other nations. China lends money conditionally to nations to invest in building infrastructural projects, which range from important to nearly cosmetic. What are the conditions on this lending? These are definitely situational, but primarily it is just that the funds must be used to procure from Chinese sources. So, for example, Chinese construction work or goods. While these loans are conditional, the conditions deliberately differ from the conditions offered by Western-led international financial institutions, which insist on consistent economic restructuring, so for example, privatization or austerity measures. This strategy mirrors China's infrastructural strategy at home, wherein arguably China has drastically overinvested in infrastructure, building out high-speed rails and extensive airports in, for example, areas with very minimal local population and resultant demand, and also massively oversupplying housing, as presumably most of us know from China's local housing crisis. Very different from the US housing crisis, China's housing crisis was created by an oversupply of houses and the fact that developers got effectively gutted their capacity to continue to take out loans because the CCP saw it as a threat to the stability of China. The most common argument against the BRI is one of debt trap diplomacy, i.e., China is taking advantage of developing countries' need for infrastructural build-out to accommodate things like their rapid urbanization, for example, and they're deciding to provide loans for that sort of thing at costs that push those countries to default, then allowing China to take advantage of the vulnerable position to get valuable things like military outposts, beneficial geopolitical concessions, and so on at a very low cost. So, for example, maybe as a necessary part of debt restructuring. Insert the canonical Sri Lankan Hambantota port example, wherein Sri Lanka defaulted on Chinese loans. China seized the Hambantota port, a dual-use port that can be used for Chinese military excursions abroad. How do you beat this argument? First, the vast majority of the times that this argument comes up, teams which argue it fail to prove why it is that countries receiving loans from China would opt in to overburdening themselves with debt. You can point this out and explain that rather intuitively. Most governments have well built up economic departments and understand the choices that they are making, such that they are deeply unlikely to opt into taking a loan, which is near guaranteed to put them under, for example. Let's then tear apart the Sri Lanka example. First problem with the Sri Lanka example, Sri Lanka proposed the port, and they did so far ahead of the Belt and Road Initiative being announced. A second thing that is wrong with the example, Sri Lanka's default was not primarily from Chinese-owned debt, but rather from accumulated debt to institutions like the IMF, which, for example, held something like 10 or more times the amount of debt that China held with regards to Sri Lanka. It is true that debt to China did not help here, but A, Sri Lanka made the choice to restructure via China over restructuring via other lenders. Presumably this was rational. Presumably the strings attached to Chinese restructuring were better than those that others offered. And B, the reason that Sri Lanka looked for a deal with the port was because it was a somewhat unproductive asset. China realized this, and they leased it from Sri Lanka temporarily, with very heavy restrictions on China's capacity to use the port in an attempt to help Sri Lanka recover from their financial crisis and other debt burdens. Third reason the debt trap diplomacy argument fails, it is legitimately difficult to imagine that an operationally decentralized project like the BRI, which, while spearheaded by the CCP, is operationally controlled by many different countries outside of China which appeal for Chinese investment, and a considerable number of firms inside of China which look for lucrative infrastructural projects, it is difficult to imagine that this is a coordinated effort to debt trap large numbers of developing nations. Fourth, the debt trap claim is just nonsensical. The BRI is a long-term project, i.e. thousands of infrastructure projects planned out over the next few decades. This necessitates a long-term relationship with the market. While it may be lucrative for China, and this is it might be, we don't know for sure, at each individual point to engage in debt trap diplomacy, the result would be considerably more scrutiny and unease towards future Chinese projects, which would mean that it makes more rational sense for China to not engage in debt trap diplomacy because they're prioritizing the long-run returns of the BRI over the returns of any one individual project. If not debt trap diplomacy, how then can we explain the Belt and Road Initiative? First sort of explanation is just that it is true that the BRI serves Chinese international power. So, for example, the number of countries which acknowledge Taiwan has slowly dwindled over the years, and it's not to say that the BRI is the sole reason why countries might have changed here, but it is to say that the BRI provides China leverage and soft power which are useful in international institutions, for example, or leveraging countries away from your, rival in the region. Second, the BRI is instrumental for Chinese security. So China suffers from the Malacca dilemma, which is to say that China is a net importer of oil. It imports very, very large amounts of oil, and the primary place it imports oil from is the Middle East. But it just so happens that if oil wants to traverse the world to get from the Middle East to China via a ship, it has to pass through, obviously the Strait of Hormuz to some extent, although, there are some countries outside of that. Anyway, it does have to pass through the Malacca Strait. The Malacca Strait is a geographic region that sits between Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia. And the Malacca Strait is a strait that is quite militarized via US hands, i.e. because the United States is quite good friends with all three of those nations. And so the result is that while it might be somewhat difficult for the United States to fully blockade the capacity for oil to get from the Middle East to China via the Malacca Strait, it is an existential threat that hangs over the head of the CCP, that they would prefer to not be there for the mere fact that the US can threaten it as leverage that coerces the CCP into taking deals that are, for example, not in their interest. The result is that the BRI is quite good as a way of getting around that dilemma. So you create land routes, for example, the capacity to import large sums of oil via pipelines existing on land instead of over the water, with various nations that are involved that give you access to the same oil from the Middle East in a way that is less threatenable via US hands. Third reason the BRI is just economically important. So remember what we mentioned earlier about China's drastic oversupply to domestic markets? Those produced goods need places to go. And insofar as the US is becoming more and more adversarial to Chinese overproduction, that means expanding into new export markets. but those export markets need reliable and well-developed importing infrastructure, for example, to be accessed. Let's then talk about US-China relations. In 2018, the trade war kicked off with Trump 1 imposing duties on solar panels and washing machines. Since then, things have effectively only escalated, with Biden holding steady and contributing to Trump 1 era strategic tariffs, and Trump 2 upping the ante significantly and inconsistently. China struck back, of course. So far, primary strategic targets have been soybeans with import controls and rare earths with export controls. Why these two targets? Soybeans. China is the world's largest importer of soybeans. The US is the world's second largest exporter of soybeans. It just so happens that the majority of soybean farming happens in Republican states, and this means that blocking those imports served the strategic purpose of both damaging the US economically while also acting as a political strike back against Trump 1. Rare earths. We all probably know roughly the importance of rare earths, having a wide range of applications, the most important of which being the fact that certain rare earths are used in magnets, which are exceptionally strong for their size, having necessity applications in military technology, for example, aircraft actuators, also in commercial technology, for example, electric vehicle motors, and also in dual-use technology, for example, computer hard drives. Very, very important. Weirdly for their name, rare earths are not particularly rare. They are found all over the place. Why does China have a chokehold on rare earths? Broad reasoning, the extraction and refinery processes of rare earths is quite high skill and also environmentally horrendous. So it is difficult for US industry to get off the ground here because of environmental regulations and very long permitting processes, which means that China, who's considerably less abashed by harming the environment, has a near chokehold on the refining process. One of the results of the trade war is the nearshoring of, 1, US firms previously operating in China who would prefer to leave to prevent trade instability from hampering their production, and 2, Chinese final manufacturing. What do I mean by that last bit? At customs, when deciding whether or not tariffs will be slapped on a good, the important question to ask is whether or not that good was produced in China. But production here is rather misleading. It asks whether, in effect, the final stage of manufacturing prior to import happened in China or somewhere else, i.e., you can shift where a good was produced by illegal methods, or also just shifting where the last stage of manufacturing for that good is. So, for example, if most of the parts of an automobile are manufactured in China, but then maybe refinement and assembly happens in Mexico, the good was now produced in Mexico for the purposes of customs. As a result, Chinese final stage manufacturing has shifted primarily to Vietnam and Mexico, although there have been many other winners as a result of this as well. The result of all of that means that the dependence between supply chains, for example, the United States on Chinese exports, is still quite real and quite difficult to defeat with tariffs, which attack the final good which comes into the United States, not reducing the dependence on upstream goods that China maybe produces. For example, the rare earths that are a prerequisite for going and creating final stage electric vehicles. Let's then talk about Taiwan. Taiwan is one potential hotspot for hot conflict within the next few decades. Let's go over the details of the CCP's claim to Taiwan and how plausible an invasion actually would be. In 1949, following their defeat at the hands of the CCP in the Chinese Civil War, the Kuomintang, led by Chiang Kai-shek, flew to Taiwan. Both the Republic of China, the government formed by the Kuomintang in Taiwan, and the People's Republic of China, centered in mainland China, the difference here is annoying to deal with for sure, claimed sovereignty over both mainland China and the island nation of Taiwan. In large part, the ROC, or the Republic of China's claim, is a relic of the past, though the People's Republic of China, i.e. mainland China, prefers it to stay that way, given that the alternative is effectively claiming independence, that is, saying that we are not a part of Greater China. Between 1950 and 1970, U.S. relations with Taiwan were very strong, with the U.S. recognizing Taiwan, using it as a launch base for the Korean and Vietnam Wars, and a counterpoint to Chinese power. During the period, Taiwan went through substantial economic growth. In the 1970s, U.S.-Taiwan relations changed substantially as China fell out of the USSR's sphere of influence and the U.S. began to normalize relations. That said, the US didn't desert Taiwan. Rather, it pivoted towards strategic ambiguity, wherein the US had no formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan or any obligation to defend Taiwan, while keeping informal ties with Taiwan and ambiguity as to whether or not the US would jump to Taiwan's defense. By all measures, the US policy of strategic ambiguity should result in a communicability failure of deterrence, because it is deeply irrational on face to go to war on another's behalf, so the rational assumption for the CCP is that the US, without a binding promise to defend Taiwan, will not choose to do so. Why might the CCP not invade Taiwan? Explanation number 1, the CCP is relatively certain that the US would actually intervene. Explanation number 2, the CCP thinks that Taiwan could successfully defend itself. And explanation number 3, the CCP sees itself as having little to gain from an invasion. I will tack something on to explanation number 3 that is somewhat miscellaneous, but quite useful as a piece of analysis as well. First, though, why might the CCP be relatively certain that the US would actually intervene in an invasion of Taiwan? The first reason is just that defending Taiwan preserves the United States' credibility within the region. That is, if you do not jump to the defense of Taiwan, your allies elsewhere will probably be afraid of whether or not you will jump to their defense. They will do things like spend unnecessary money on rearming themselves to make sure that they have the capacity to defend themselves in a way that is not particularly sensible if they are truly under the shield of the United States. They will do things like distance themselves from you because they do not want to, say, bind themselves to you in a way that, well, if you're not going to help them out, why should they maintain super close diplomatic relations with you, and so on. The problem with this explanation is just that Taiwan is an outlier. So there is no replicable situation where the United States realistically has an ambiguous commitment to defend someone. Either we have no commitment to defend them, or an explicit binding treaty that says we will jump to their defense, or very credible promises to do so. So Taiwan is not really a situation where the US loses much credibility with allies, because the situation is not replicable elsewhere. Second explanation, the United States has an advantage in warfare against China here. That is, while it is true that China has the largest navy in the world when it comes to the raw numbers of ships, the United States and allies around Taiwan and Taiwan have far and away the most advanced navies in the world. So the US has the world's most advanced technologically navy, largest capacity to engage in many military conflicts. Taiwan has the 22nd largest. Japan is somewhere up there as well. All of these entities would probably hold a pretty severe advantage against China with regards to the battle, to the extent that it is plausibly in their interest to engage in the conflict on the mere fact that it quite likely would weaken China substantially and not harm them substantially. Third explanation, Taiwan has a massive lobby in the United States consisting of multiple huge funds with multi-billions of dollars that influence foreign affairs towards Taiwan. Selectorate theory says that this probably has a pretty large effect on the decisions that the United States makes with regards to Taiwan. Fourth explanation, Taiwan is part of the first island chain, which is strategically important for the United States to hold on to because it guards a lot of China's capacity to engage in greater Pacific operations, and also it acts as a sort of threat against Chinese imports that in large part often have to go through the first island chain. The first island chain consisting of Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines, and the stretch of islands between those three, which are highly militarized at the hands of the United States, on the premise that defending the first island chain is quite important. Fifth explanation, Taiwan's silicon shield, that is, TSMC is the sole producer of the world's most advanced, i.e. smallest microchips, clocking in at 2 nanometers. For reference, this is about 40,000 times thinner than a human hair, something like 20 silicon atoms in size. Microchips are a fundamental technology. The smaller that they are, the more compute capacity that you can fit into one GPU, for example, which means they are fundamental to AI and weapon systems innovations. For context, the next best things that the US has access to for microchips are 7 nanometers, which, last I checked, sit at a 45% productivity loss compared to 2 nanometer microchips. The response to this that you can give is that TSMC is opening up fabs on US soil, and the United States is subsidizing heavily their local domestic manufacturing capacity with regards to microchips. The problem with that response is that while it is true that TSMC is opening up fabs on US soil, and while it is true that the United States is pushing ahead in regards to microchips and their domestic capacity, the fabs that exist in the United States are at best still designed to produce 7nm microchips, which sit 2 years behind where TSMC is with regards to innovation. They have no capacity to speed that up particularly extensively. They would probably suffer a productivity loss of roughly 2 years if they lost Taiwan. Another answer that you can give as to why it is unlikely that the United States is likely to intervene is just because of overextension and the body bag effect. So overextension in the sense that we are committed to too many international engagements abroad, and the body bag effect in the sense that those international engagements and our recent history of quite poor international engagements induce the US public to be very worn out with foreign entanglement and to ask politicians to not engage themselves miscellaneously in defending entities that do not serve a clear purpose for us. It is quite difficult to explain to the average, say, American, that the difference between a 2nm microchip and a 7nm microchip is particularly important. The answer you can give to all of this is sure, but it isn't really a question of will they or won't they, i.e., the question that is more relevant is whether or not there is enough reason to believe that the US might involve themselves, because if they do so, then it would be horrific for China, even if China comes out on top, which could make the benefits of the war, which we'll get to in a sec, just not worth it. Second explanation, the CCP thinks that Taiwan could successfully defend itself. This is very implausible. The CCP's military might drastically outstrips Taiwanese military might, but maybe the question isn't can the CCP successfully invade Taiwan, but rather can the CCP successfully invade Taiwan over the course of a short, not long drawn-out invasion. Why is a long and drawn-out invasion bad for the CCP? Reason number one, the body bag effect kicks in. You get Chinese citizens pushing back against the CCP to withdraw from Taiwan as the invasion takes a long time and a toll on the people that you know who are involved in the Navy, for example. Second, though, as invasion draws on, you just increase the chance of foreign entanglement, giving more and more days for the United States and allies to increase their military capacity in the region to the extent that they are willing to intervene to help save Taiwan. Third, the CCP's claim is that they can take over Taiwan in 1 day if push comes to shove. And whenever they fail to do so, it will probably be somewhat delegitimizing for the regime because this is something they have professed for a very considerable period of time. And so if the engagement continues to draw on, it probably means that this narrative is continuously more and more delegitimized. So for example, if you're told that we can take over Taiwan in a day, you're probably somewhat amenable to, well, it actually is going to take 2 or 3 days. We mildly overestimated it. But at the point that it has taken a month of drawn-out conflict, well, you no longer believe in the CCP's military strength as much as you did previously, which probably decreases senses of nationalism at home. Why might Taiwan be able to draw out an invasion? The first reason is just the porcupine strategy. So the recent history of Taiwanese self-defense is one of building up a porcupine strategy of defense. That is, building up a considerable sum of, missiles and so on, which are not super individually damaging to the extent that they are not huge in their explosive capacity, super high tech, or anything like that, but rather there are just so many of them that they will delay the rate at which CCP takeover happens to the extent that you can swarm oncoming ships with a barrage of missiles, which are likely to slow down their progress in making it into Taiwan. Second, it is just the case that urban warfare is notoriously slow. It is quite difficult to take out combatants who are trained in the art of urban warfare. They know how to do things like blend into their surroundings. They know how to do things like, for example, engage in combat inside of large complexes where it is quite difficult to, say, correctly target someone who knows what they're doing and has expertise in urban warfare. This is important because China, presumably when invading Taiwan, will not want to commit horrible human rights atrocities, as that would be quite delegitimizing, and because their claim is that Taiwanese people are Chinese people they probably do not want to kill them beyond the sort of necessary portion that comes with warfare. So, as a result, urban warfare being quite slow, often having lots of additional casualties, is something which is a disincentive itself. Third, Taiwan's geography is just quite difficult to invade. There are no real coasts that you could land your ships on the side of Taiwan that faces China. Their shores are quite mountainous, making them quite difficult to traverse. The terrain is full of quaggy marshes, which are quite difficult to get across. It would be a difficult and grueling time to actually take over the portions of Taiwan that you would need to take over. It is easy for example, Taiwanese armed forces to mount a defense from isolated mountainous, for example, standpoints where they can hold themselves for a long period of time against the CCP. And the fourth reason is just that every single successful amphibious invasion has had the following elements. First, air superiority, i.e. the capacity to deny your opponents taking flight to the airs, and the capacity to fight your, say, for example, jets over their territory. Second, overwhelming fire. Third, the ability to reinforce overwhelming fire and surprise. The first and fourth are the primary difficulties here, because shipping that many ships over is probably not capable of really surprising Taiwan. Air superiority is less of a serious problem here, but air capacity, air defense capacity, has been built up quite precipitously by the United States, realizing that it is an important facet if conflict were to break out. The response that you can kind of give to these reasons is just that the CCP has been doing things to normalize the precursors to a surprise aerial attack to gain aerial superiority at least. So, for example, consistent aerial incursions into Taiwanese airspace. Presumably as well, the buildup of naval vessels and the constant using of those naval vessels in the waterway between Taiwan and China is also something that allows for a more surprise attack, i.e. it is not totally clear which things are going to be China building up the military capacity next to Taiwan, and which ones are them actually mounting an invasion. Third explanation then, the CCP sees itself as having little to gain from an invasion. What are the costs of the war? The first cost is a sort of propagandist cost. So, for example, you gain a lot by Taiwan existing. You can say that the US is constantly transgressing on you by having backdoor deals with an entity that you claim is illegitimate as representative of China. You can justify militarization to a higher extent, so building up your naval capacity on the shores of China close to Taiwan, because you have the excuse of, well, we might use these in an invasion of Taiwan, and militarization for various reasons benefits the CCP. Second, though, there's just a lot of trade and tourism between Taiwan and China, so lots of people from Taiwan go on tourist trips in China. Lots of people from China go on tourist trips in Taiwan. There's lots of trade that goes back and forth between the two nations, or one of them's not a nation. Anyway, that sort of thing. You lose out on that at the point that you launch war. Third, war is just quite expensive. You lose weaponry, you lose troops, you lose public support. It is something that has huge costs associated with it. Fourth, plausibly, this war sort of thing could result in the pariahification of China. I think that is to say that at the point that China engages in an invasion of Taiwan, maybe the international order swings unfavorably to China and does things like implement lots of sanctions and tariffs against them. There are a few reasons to believe that this is not super plausible. The first reason is just that there are very, very few nations that recognize Taiwan, and so it is not totally clear that there is the international will to do this sort of thing in the first place. Second, there are just huge costs to imposing sanctions and tariffs on China. For example, China's rare earth mineral chokehold, or for example, the fact that China exports a considerable portion of supplementary goods, i.e. goods that come before the final stage of production that other economies take advantage of, to a large number of developing countries. Third, though, it is just the case that lots of decoupling has already occurred, so this sort of thing might have had a pretty huge effect on China 2 years ago, when China was super involved in the US's productive capacity, i.e. China produced very large amounts of things that were then sold to the US as a consumer market 2 years ago. But at this point, when it is just the case that decoupling has happened to an extent, China has diversified where their exports are going, the blocking of US consumers is much less of a concern for the Chinese economy. That is not to say that it is not a concern. It would still result in pretty huge costs, but it is not one that is quite as horribly existential as it was a few years ago. What are the benefits that you would get from the war? The first benefit is just that Taiwan has a big economy, i.e. 1/7 of China's economy, and one, maybe this feels bad if you're China, and this small island nation has a considerable portion of your total economy, but two, maybe it is just the case that you stand to gain from taking advantage of the economy of Taiwan. The broad response to this is that war is very devastating. The likely result of war is the devastation of the Taiwanese economy, the bombing of roads, the bombing of port infrastructure to export things, the bombing of their productive capacity, for example, their dual-use manufacturing systems and that sort of stuff. And the result probably is then that Taiwan does not have a huge economy coming out of the war that China would actually stand to gain. They would likely ruin the majority of their gains there through the war itself. Second benefit from the war, 2nm microchips. China's domestic capacity is also 7nm, so this would be a huge productivity boost, especially since China no longer has access, due to US export controls, to cutting-edge TSMC microchips. I should have talked about US export controls. How do those work? During, I think, the Trump 1 administration, might have been Biden, but during one of those two administrations, I think it was Trump 1, we figured out that there was a clause in an old legal piece that allowed us to control the use of products that we have a patent in. So, for example, the fact that we patent the software through which fabs are, I think, utilized, i.e. 2nm microchips are designed in somewhat technologically magical ways. Could be that. Not sure if it's that or if it's ASML's capacity to produce the fabs, which then create 2nm microchips. Either way, we hold intellectual property in one of those systems. And the result of that is that we can control downstream products of those systems by insisting that they will no longer be able to use our intellectual property if they continue to engage in trades that involve the good that we want them to not trade with our rival, i.e. China. So that's the way that export controls broadly work. The result is that TSMC, to maintain their 2nm capacity, had to prevent or stop their trades with China and Chinese entities, because otherwise they would have lost the capacity to produce at the high-tech place that they were. And obviously China is not the only market for these goods. The US market is quite huge, the European market is quite huge, the market in general around the globe is quite huge. Anyway, the answer that you can give to this sort of benefit that China would get from invading Taiwan is just that fabs are super fragile. Like, you're performing technological wizardry in there. The conditions needed for that sort of thing are super precise. People literally have to wear clean room suits to be in the rooms where the machines even operate. These are the machines inside of which, in an enclosed space, 2nm microchips are created. The result is that they likely wouldn't survive the war in the first place. Explosions cause, for example, effectively earthquakes that shatter the capacity for these things to produce. Even if they do not naturally get destroyed, TSMC has floated, and likely has, a plan to self-destruct the machines if an invasion looks successful. And even if they do not, ASML, the constructor of the fabs, can remotely make them inoperable. The result is then that China would not be able to use them post-invasion. The response that you can give to that response is that there are still some benefits that you gain from looking at the technology, even if you do not have the capacity to use the technology. So, for example, Chinese firms are adept in reverse engineering Western technology to the extent that they often reverse engineer and then pioneer innovations on those technologies, understanding them better than the sort of Western nations and Western companies that are involved in their original production. The result is, well, maybe you stand to gain the capacity to produce these much more rapidly if you have the ability to reverse engineer them i.e. by looking at the fabs themselves. The response you can give to that response is that China has co-opted large numbers of TSMC officials, and insofar as that has not given them the capacity to reverse engineer, oftentimes these are higher-ups who say, for example, have large portions of fabs, like designs, they were responsible for them, and so they can create those for China. And if that has not given China the capacity to race ahead, it is probably unlikely, and it is only somewhat marginally comparative, the advantage that you get here whatsoever. The third benefit from the war is breaking out of the second island chain. So for context, you should go look at a map right now. Specifically, probably just Google Maps or Google Earth. The second island chain, as previously mentioned, is the chain between Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines. The third island chain is a chain that extends, like, I think Bermuda is included in it, but it is way, way out beyond that. There are no real militarized islands that exist close enough to here to mount a real and legitimate blockade of Chinese ships going through the Pacific Ocean. And so the result of that is that at the point that you invade Taiwan and take over Taiwan's shores that face the Pacific Ocean, you now have effective free reign to the Pacific and the sorts of things that, exist there. The reason that that is important is just because recently the capacity to export through the Pacific Ocean has grown in its importance to China. The primary reason being offshoring of final manufactured goods to Latin America, wherein large portions of Chinese multinationals have gone to set a base to effectively then transport those goods from Latin America to the United States, given that Latin America, specifically Mexico, but also other nations in Latin America, are quite close to the actual borders of the United States, decreasing shipping costs. So the result is that Chinese exports to Latin America have gone up quite a bit, and so having the capacity to export things there free of US coercion is something that is growing in importance over time. Let's throw all of this out the window. What happens if Taiwan declares independence? This is not totally clear, but Trump, after talking to Xi Jinping, seems pretty sure that an invasion would occur, and China has always been super clear that independence equates to an invasion. There are two plausible situations in which Taiwan declares independence. One, over time, there is just a generational drift away from China. The claim to mainland China fades in importance. Voters drift more and more towards parties that position themselves as pro-independence. Two, if the US were to, for example, explicitly claim it would defend Taiwan, you create a situation in which Taiwan A faces less of the harms of declaring independence, as some of those have been externalized to the United States, and B, thinks more confidently that China would not make the deeply irrational choice to invade Taiwan were it to declare independence. Also worth mentioning, it isn't a guarantee that a US defense of Taiwan would go over perfectly. So for one, obviously China has the logistics advantage. They are far closer to Taiwan's shoreline than Guam, Japan, or South Korea. But secondarily, and the importance of that is just that you have the capacity to resupply much more rapidly than US troops. Effectively, US troops and forces in the area are operating on a capped way, capped to the number that currently exist. Second, though, the history of the US military-industrial complex of recent years is one of building up precision capabilities. Here's the problem. Taiwan will be fought via a mass of ships, where it is not clear that having super precise and high-tech missiles will be the most useful in mounting a successful defense. And so, the US's precision capacity, which is quite useful in engaging in conflicts halfway across the globe, is not something that really matters when it comes to the defense of Taiwan. Final thing to talk about with regards to US-China relations is just the creation of alternative multilateral institutions. The tantamount alternative institution, in large part spearheaded by China, though to be clear, there are many others, for example, election monitoring committees, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, for example. But the tantamount institution is BRICS. BRICS is an organization meant to represent the plight of the global south far more than previous multilateral governance institutions did. It has two principal institutions to achieve this purpose. The first is the Contingent Reserve Arrangement, or the CRA. an agreement amongst BRICS member nations, central banks, for mutual support during a sudden currency crisis. It consists of $100 billion in currency swaps, but rather problematically, the swaps can only be activated by trading through the dollar, and so it couldn't, for example, be used when the US imposed banking sanctions on Russia after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The second and more important institution is the New Development Bank, or the NDB. Principally an infrastructure and sustainable development fund, the New Development Bank was founded on the criticism of the IMF and the World Bank that their responses to emerging markets' economic difficulties was quite bad and disproportionately favored highly developed economies. Membership of the bank is not restricted to BRICS members, and current non-founding members include Bangladesh, the UAE, Egypt, Algeria, Colombia, and Uzbekistan. Decisions are made typically by a simple majority, though certain matters, for example capital share changes, require a special majority wherein at least 4 founding members alongside 2/3 of the total voting power support. A couple of mechanisms exist to keep power in the hands of the founders. First, total voting power of non-founding members is mandated to not increase above 45%, and so majority vote, in a simple sense, sits in the hands of founders. Second, total voting power of a single non-founding nation cannot rise above 7%. It is a common misnomer that the New Development Bank operates under a one-member, one-vote policy. This is functionally true for founding members and not at all true for new members. The reason it is functionally true for founding members is because each founding member has an equal share in the bank as decided by the original agreement. Capital shares are, as a result of the special majority rule, difficult to change, and when they are changed, each member has the ability to contribute but proportional to the change. Why might it be good to have alternative institutions, i.e. institutions that are set up by China, for example, that go against the neoliberal order of the United States? The first and primary reason is just that it is far better for developing countries. The broad reason here is just that the philosophies of institutions set up by China, for example, are much more in line with the actual developmental path of these countries. Why is the IMF stuck on neoliberalism? The first reason is because there is a strong economic incentive amongst those with the most power inside of neoliberal institutions, or the IMF, for example. So, for example, the US has a veto vote over structural change in the IMF. Why do these economic incentives push you towards neoliberal agendas? The first reason is because highly developed economies prefer breaking down market barriers, for one, because it means they get goods at cheaper prices, but also because it means they get labor at cheaper prices when they are able to move abroad to other countries with relaxed labor laws. Comparatively, the New Development Bank is primarily driven by geopolitical strategy, so there is a want for South-South cooperation, far greater than it was before, closer alliances, these sorts of things, which are not in the way of pushing countries to make choices that are economically not in their interest. Second, though, the NDB is just driven by a profit motive, which doesn't just consider how highly developed economies get rich. So South Africa, for example, has no strong incentive to push for liberalization for the benefit of South African multinationals, but it does benefit from countries gaining strong export sectors so that South Africa can get those things for cheap. Second reason that neoliberalism is baked into the IMF is just career incentives. So your boss believes in the neoliberal consensus. As a result, you are pushed by these sort of hiring and hierarchy structures within the institution to continue that belief, at least to signal that you do believe in the neoliberal consensus, such that you can make your way up the corporate career ladder. Comparatively, the development philosophies of new development bank countries, so for example Brazil, South Africa, China, and Russia, are better point blank for developing countries, but also they are far more pluralistic, i.e. Russia, China, Brazil, South Africa all developed in very different ways that were not at all replicable with each other, whereas Western democracies all have very homogeneous views as to how it is that you ought to develop. The result is that one, different developmental ideas can rise to the top of these institutions, allowing for more pluralism, or they can just be used situationally. So maybe China can, for example, help out with a project in a country that is somewhat similar to China's state-oriented spending and state-oriented economy. Maybe Brazil can help out in a country that is more oriented towards Brazil's development path, and that sort of thing. Third reason is just that profit recovery models differ, so the IMF wants assurance that bailout loans are going to be repaid, and oftentimes does not even specify where loans have to be used, primarily acting as a crisis recovery lender. Which means that austerity acts as a security net for the IMF, making it so that you know that the country will have some amount of money that they are taking from their other efforts that they can pay you back with. The new development bank, comparatively, funds specific projects, betting on the economic growth prospects of those projects themselves. The result is that they are incentivized to fund things that they expect to be quite lucrative and to not require horrible changes to the government at the point that they are funding these things, because they expect those things to be quite lucrative and expect to make a buck off of them, expect the country to make a buck off of them so that they can pay them back. Why then is neoliberalism bad? The first reason is just because it means reductions to state spending. The result of that is, for one, institutional capture as corporations flood nations' regulatory landscape, but also a loss of welfare policies. Second, it means removing trade barriers. And for important notes here, the vast majority of developing or undeveloped economies do not have particularly competitive, domestically controlled export economies. And the reasoning here is rather intuitive. Strong export economies bring in large inflows of money, which shifts countries up the developmental ladder. The same reason that giving a strong export economy is important. Neoliberal policies harm this goal in two ways. For one, they cut state funding for nascent industries, corporations that could previously compete with international powerhouses because of strong state funding that allows below cost of construction pricing of goods abroad, now no longer have the state backbone to fall on. They are quickly priced out and driven out by competitive forces. Secondarily, they cut back on barriers to free trade. Corporations from abroad flood their products in, outcompeting local manufacturers and running them out of business. The final reason that it is good for developing countries, and countries quite generally, is just that it allows for shopping. So previously there was a power imbalance within these institutions, wherein if you were in need of a financial loan, you had to rely on the International Monetary Fund. And that meant that you just had to take the restrictions and strings attached. The result now of creating more different lending entities and international institutions with different norms and different objectives is that you can go and shop between them, which effectively erases their capacity to maintain strings on you as a nation, requirements for taking loans from them. On the flip side, maybe liberalization is good. For one, companies coming in care intensely about having a working legal landscape. Things like contract enforcement, clear laws regarding workers' rights, and so on. They exert pressure to build up that legal landscape, which has massive spillover effects for the majority. Things like clearing up the process to create a business, to buy land, to engage in contracts, the legal codes through which labor laws work, and that sort of stuff. Many of these institutions are strengthened, but even if they aren't, clarity itself is good. Second, reduced trade barriers means that consumers who are getting screwed out of internationally priced goods because of state preferences for consumption, for example, pick our national champion car over a better option that is half the price of it. Now you gain access to global market prices. Third, there's just strong upward pressure that is exerted on wages as multinationals flood in and drive labor prices up by hiring more and more workers. Simultaneously, the cost of living decreases as private housing, education, and many other services are developed. Fourth, you just get decreased red tape as bureaucratic money sinks are cut, which means that people can start businesses easier. Governments can become more transparent. You can they are no longer shrouded behind miles of bureaucracy, and money is freed up to be spent on things like social welfare and infrastructural projects. The final thing I want to flag, unrelated to that, is that I would not be surprised if there were a motion at Ottawa about the role of middle powers, for example, regional power players, within the international order, given that Mark Carney's speech at the World Economic Forum was quite a big international deal and emphasized the role of these middle powers within the international order and their capacity to restructure it in ways that were beneficial towards liberalism and that sort of thing. So probably if you're going to Ottawa, do your own research on the capacity of middle powers. I have a little bit of material on it in my World in Transition brief that is sitting somewhere around. Just wanted to flag that. That's all for this workshop. This workshop is going to be all over the place and quite short. I'm going to cover 3 topics. The first is just the West Bank and the Golan Heights. Second, we'll talk about Iran's strategy for the onset of US strikes. And third, we'll talk about the ICC, the ICJ, and a little bit on international law. Let's start with that first topic then. We already talked about the high point advantage that is posed by the Golan Heights, but there's a second important strategic note though. A large portion of Israel's $2 billion agricultural industry sits just south of the Golan Heights, and it is very difficult to intercept missiles from that very low point, so the Golan Heights are an important extension of Israel's Iron Dome strategy. The West Bank. The major hubs of Israel's population sit on its coastal west. Between the West Bank, counterintuitively, in the east of Israel and these western coastal hubs, like Haifa and Tel Aviv, sits a mountain range. This is useful for Israel because it means that launching missiles have to go over what is a somewhat large mountain range to reach the heart of Israel's population centers, and the added time that the mountainous area adds to missile strikes gives Israel missile interceptors time to intercept those missiles. Those interceptors, however, would be rendered nearly useless if missiles could be launched from, say, inside of those mountains, which means that having the West Bank as a buffer zone is militarily important. Also worth mentioning about Israel, because it comes up in debates quite regularly, Israel has a weird population irregularity. The population growth rate of Israel is roughly 2.4, and 2.1 is a break-even population growth rate. So Israel's population is growing, but the only population in Israel that is not shrinking is the devoutly religious ultra-Orthodox population, within which the average number of children per household is above 6, whereas for populations outside of this, the average is around 1.9. This is a community that disproportionately, i.e. near exclusively, votes for members of the political right. Why is that? Over time, the right has poised control of the state as more and more of a religious issue, as more liberal institutions like, for example, the Israeli Supreme Court, have intervened on things like conscription exemptions for ultra-Orthodox Jews and gender segregation within the ultra-Orthodox community. Topic number 2, Iran's strategy for the onset of U.S. strikes. Prior to February 28, 2026 strikes on Iran, which took out the Supreme Leader of Iran, Khamenei, Iran's theory of deterrence, or at least that theory of deterrence as it was perceived by other states, rested on the fact that building up missile barrage capacities would make outright war with Iran far too costly, i.e. the capacity to strike back at U.S. bases in the region, the ability to overwhelm Israeli air defenses, and the capacity to block the Strait of Hormuz. This theory of deterrence, in the wake of U.S. airstrikes, had clearly failed. While Iran still rushed to blockade the Strait of Hormuz, dealing substantial damage to the global oil trade, Iran's strategy pivoted, or again, what we perceive to be Iran's strategy. It is very possible and honestly quite likely, given the speed of the pivot, that this was already in place as at least a backup plan. Instead of focusing on overwhelming enemy air defense systems, Iran took advantage of the fact that it is located in the center of a very important portion of the world. Quickly, Iran demonstrated the capacity to break through many surrounding nations' air defense systems, including those of neutral, broadly unaligned parties like the UAE. Quick side note, Iran has an extreme cost advantage here. Iranian-launched missiles and drones are relatively low cost to build. Intercepting capabilities, which require much more precise capacity, for example, the informational technology to dynamically detect drone and missile movements, and the capacity to change course midair to reflect those dynamic updates. These are very, very costly capabilities. The result of this is, for one, it is often not economically lucrative to stop a drone or missile strike. 2, if you pursue successful defense, you will run out of defense capabilities far faster than Iran will run out of the ability to strike. Demonstrating that Iran could break through the defense systems of neighboring countries was quite important. It meant that Iran no longer had to do so. In effect, the first barrage of missiles, demonstrating that this was within Iran's capabilities, meant that Iran could shut down targets simply by announcing plans to strike them, and making the costs of, say, going to work too high for the companies to suffer. And remember the cost advantage here. It is quite extreme with regards to interceptor missiles, but the targets that Iran went after were airports that served as important international hubs, internationally important banks, and so on, things where the cost to the global economy of those things shutting down were quite extreme, and the cost to Iran were a few mass-produced drones or missiles. Topic number 3, the ICC, the ICJ, and international law. Let's go over the basics of international law real quick. The first thing to say is that the principal legal actors in most instances are states, with the exception of international criminal law. How is international law generated? Unlike, for example, common law, wherein previous decisions are binding, each individual decision under international law only binds the parties in this particular case. However, influential decisions do shape later interpretations of international law. International law, then, comes primarily from A, treaties, which legally bind parties that consent to them, for example, Geneva Conventions, Genocide Convention, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and so on, and B, customs, i.e. customary international law, which arises when a practice is, quote, sufficiently general and consistent, quote, and believed by states to be a practice which is legally required or permitted. So, for example, diplomatic immunity is something that is not codified in any particular treaty, but it is something that is customarily protected. Third, note on international law, it is just very difficult to enforce international law. This is because there is no world government with a monopoly on force to be used at will against states which disregard international law. And as a result, enforcement generally only happens in the following ways. Either 1, a state voluntarily complies with the ruling, for example, because of iterated game theoretic incentives, that is, your reputation for unreliability makes it much harder to get into future agreements with other states because they will not trust you. Or potentially because you want to see the same thing prosecuted on your territory and you have an incentive to uphold the international law so that it isn't legitimized over the course of time. Second, though, states domestically might implement laws which preempt unlawful action. So, for example, you might make torture domestically illegal. Third, states can exert pressure on counterparties if they disregard treaties. So, for example, recalling ambassadors, reducing foreign aid, that sort of thing. Or fourth, injured states are often entitled to enact would normally be illegal countermeasures like duties on particular imports from that state in a unilateral way, which goes against the WTO's principle, for example, of most favored nation. So these sorts of things can be used as a countermeasure enabled via international law that a suing party becomes able to implement legally. The ICJ, or the International Court of Justice, all states party to the UN are party to the International Court of Justice. The ICJ has two principal functions. For one, it decides legal disputes between states concerning things like territorial boundaries, treaty interpretation, maritime zones, genocide obligations, environmental harm, the use of force, and so on. Second, though, it also issues advisory opinions on legal questions that are referred to it, which are not formally binding but carry substantial legal authority. Only states can bring a case to the ICJ. Individuals, corporations, NGOs, etc. cannot directly sue a state before the ICJ. Rather, they have to do so indirectly through a state. While all states in the UN are party to the ICJ, states have to consent to contentious cases being brought against them. States can consent in advance, for example, when they sign on to specific treaties, insofar as those treaties include stipulations which allow parties to sue via the ICJ. Which is how, for example, South Africa was able to sue Israel for genocide, because Israel is party to the Genocide Convention, which stipulates that. Normally, for a state to sue another state, they need to show that their own legal right has been injured. However, some acts are treated as so grave that any party can sue on behalf of their violation. To put that slightly simpler, to be heard, a case needs both jurisdiction, i.e. the sued party needs to have consented to this sort of case being heard against them, and admissibility, i.e. even if jurisdiction exists, was the claim brought before the court in a way which fits with ICJ requirements? Was the claim brought by the right state, where necessary prior procedures followed, and a couple of other requirements as well? In rare cases, these do not have to be the case. International Criminal Court, then. As of now, 125 states are party to the Rome Statute, the treaty establishing the International Criminal Court, or the ICC. The most geopolitically consequential non-parties include the United States, China, Russia, India, Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Indonesia, Pakistan, North Korea, and Syria. Where the ICJ decides disputes between states, the ICC prosecutes individuals. The ICC has jurisdiction over 4 categories of crime. For one, genocide, i.e. killing or deliberately inflicting destructive conditions committed with the specific intent to destroy in whole or substantial part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The specific intent portion makes it quite difficult to prove genocide, because it means that it is not enough to demonstrate mass civilian deaths. You must also establish that this was done with the intent to destroy the protected group. Second, crimes against humanity, i.e. acts like murder, deportation, torture, apartheid, or other inhumane acts committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against a civilian population with knowledge of that attack. Third, war crimes, for example, child soldier recruitment, intentionally attacking civilians in a way which is illegitimate per just war theory, torture, etc. Fourth, crimes of aggression, wherein a senior political or military leader plans, prepares, initiates, or executes an unlawful state act of aggression. The ICC has jurisdiction when at least one of the following is true. 1. The alleged crime occurred on the territory of a state party to the ICC. 2. The accused is a national of a state party to the ICC. 3. A non-party state has specifically accepted ICC jurisdiction. Or 4. The UN Security Council has referred the situation to the court. The ICC is a court of last resort. That is, it practices under the principle of complementarity, wherein if a state is already genuinely investigating or prosecuting the crimes of the accused, then the ICC will not launch an investigation. If the ICC decides that it will hear the case, it puts out either a summons to appear or an arrest warrant for the prosecuted individual. This, importantly, is not a conviction. It is just the ICC saying that it wants to hear out the case. So, for example, it is true that Netanyahu is accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity, but it is not true that Netanyahu is a convicted war criminal, and the accused still does rights have the presumption of innocence until a case goes through and they are convicted. However, the ICC will not conduct full criminal trials without the accused being present to stand defense, and so the ICC is dependent on member nations carrying out arrest warrants. However, arrest warrants do have the effect of restricting your travel, given that under Articles 86 and 89 of the Rome Statute, ICC member states must cooperate with the court and execute valid requests for arrest and surrender. So, if a wanted person enters the territory of a party state, they're obligated to arrest them and send them to the ICC.